Chapter 1509. Otherwise, why would he say that Xiao Qinyu was the clan head of the Xiao clan? His words were cleverly said, not only putting Wu Jueqing on a pedestal, but also ensuring that he would not participate in the battle. Not to mention that Wu Jueqing was definitely not the Li clan's helper. Even if he was, he would be too embarrassed to say it now. Don't talk nonsense, I won't fall for it. If I'm really here to help the Li clan, no matter how beautiful your words are, I will still take action. Let's get down to business. I'm only here to say one thing. I want to say something seriously, said Wu Jueqing indifferently. He turned around and pointed. Do you see that? That little girl over there is my disciple. Xiao Qinyu raised his eyes and took a look. Instantly, his face turned bitter. At such a distance, even a peak-level supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to see anything. He didn't know what Wu Jueqing was pointing at, but there was no doubt that he was pointing at the Li clan. That is my only disciple, Chu Luer. Wu Jueqing said indifferently. She is there now. I don't wish for her to be harmed by anyone. That's all. Everyone was speechless. That was the enemy's command center, the absolute core area. Now it had become a restricted area. They couldn't move anymore. And that's all? What kind of words were these? What kind of situation was this? There was already a strategy in the previous battle plan. When everyone wanted to join the battle, they would gather the most elite experts to execute a decapitation operation to eliminate the Li clan's high-end combat power. Now that Wu Jueqing said this, wasn't it obvious that he was biased? But if they didn't agree, they didn't dare to? Even a peak-level supreme martial artist like Xiao Qinyu didn't dare to. Seeing that no one agreed, Wu Jueqing was a little angry. His voice became a little colder. That is my disciple, my only disciple. Do you all understand? His tone was close to berating. Everyone only felt a lump in their chest, almost unable to breathe. But facing Wu Jueqing, facing the poison doctor, who dared to say no? If the Allied forces didn't hesitate to fight, they indeed had the ability to kill Wu Jueqing. But at least 80% of the people present, or even more, would be wiped out. And it was only a possibility. The results of the battle belonged to everyone, but their lives belonged to them. Against Wu Jueqing, there was the possibility of being consigned to eternal damnation at every turn. Whoever was willing to take the lead. Whoever took the lead would be done for first. Xiao Qinyu pondered for a moment before replying respectfully. We naturally wouldn't dare to offend Senior Wu's beloved disciple. But now that the two sides are at war, it's inevitable that your beloved disciple won't be taken care of properly. Senior Wu, since you don't intend to participate in the war, why don't you take your beloved disciple away from the battlefield? That way, you can have the best of both worlds. He thought to himself, Wu Jueqing is the god of plagues, so his disciple must also be the god of plagues. Even if she's just a little girl, her use of poison is equally terrifying. If he could send these two demons away, he would be able to avoid a lot of losses. Wu Jueqing rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? My disciple is still young, and accompanying an old man like me every day isn't very interesting. I'm also old, and I don't understand what this little girl likes to do. Now that she's finally found something fun to do, how can I interrupt my disciple's fun? Xiao Qinyu's mouth was agape. Looking at Wu Jueqing, he almost couldn't believe his own ears. He couldn't help but feel dizzy. Play? Something fun to do? Don't interrupt your disciple's fun? This. These words were really too powerful. To be able to say such a thing, it was truly too strange. This is a battle of life and death between both sides. You guys are here to play? Your disciple is playing with the lives of tens of thousands of people on our side, and you actually want us to play with her? We can't hurt her? What the heck? Xiao Qinyu's face was bitter. He said, we naturally don't dare to offend your disciple. But if your disciple attacks our people first, Wu Jueqing was furious at once. How can I care so much? It's her freedom to attack whoever she wants. Can I restrict my disciple's freedom? But if others attack her, it's a provocation to me, Wu Jueqing. I will never forgive them. Xiao Qinyu and the high-level supreme martial artists of the various clans almost fainted. What was he saying? Was there anything more pompous, shameless, and unreasonable than this sentence in the world? I know you're protective of your disciple, but you can't be so protective. You've really become the role model of the heavens. Only your disciple is allowed to attack others, and that's actually her. Freedom? This freedom really makes one speechless. And the counterattack of others is actually a provocation to you? Then if your disciple attacks us, can we only wait with our necks stretched out? If your disciple actually thinks that it's dirty, then shouldn't we wash our necks clean before being slaughtered? Instantly, resentment filled the air. One of them couldn't help but say, Elder Wu, isn't this a little unreasonable? Wu Jueqing rolled his eyes and laughed strangely. Unreasonable? Have you heard? When have I, Wu Jueqing, ever been reasonable? Suddenly, he took a step forward and said with a smile, What is reasonable? Come, explain it to me. That person was so scared that he kept retreating. He said repeatedly, Yes. Elder Wu's words are reasonable. Everyone felt aggrieved. For a moment, they even felt like cutting their own throats. Wu Jueqing took in all their reactions. He let out a cold laugh and said, You're right. Staying in this world is the truth. Let me reiterate again, I will not participate in your battle. This kind of worldly battle formation is indeed completely meaningless to me. However, if my disciple is injured because of this, then, no matter which clan he is injured in, there is no need for that clan to exist anymore. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Motherfucker, you've already stepped forward to take sides, and you still have the cheek to say that you won't participate. If you're not participating, then what are you doing here? Are you here to do some freaking performance art? No matter how nasty the curses were in their hearts, no one dared to make a sound. At this point, whoever made a sound would be the unlucky one. Everyone could tell that Wu Jueqing was a little angry. His eyes also had some malicious intentions, as if he was looking for someone to show his power to. Who would be willing to step forward and be this chicken to warn others? Even if their heads were kicked by a donkey, they wouldn't step forward. Wu Jueqing smiled and said, Xiao Qinyu, do you think I can do it? Xiao Qinyu's complexion turned purple. He took 2 deep breaths and forcefully suppressed his anger. Senior's divine might is unparalleled. Destroying a mere clan by yourself is naturally as easy as flipping your hand. Wu Jueqing laughed and said, Well said. My request is that simple. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Everyone, fight as you should. Just don't make any mistakes. I'll take my leave now. Then, he actually smiled. That little girl is actually here to play. If you let her play happily, won't everyone be happy? Her name is Luer. Luer, of course, has to be happy. His white figure soared into the sky with a whoosh. With a turn in the air, he disappeared without a trace. Only then did everyone feel the huge pressure on them disappear instantly. They all let out a sigh of relief. Did everyone hear that? Xiao Qinyu said with a dark face, No one is allowed to touch that little girl. Don't make any mistakes. And don't make any mistakes. Everyone felt so wrong that they wanted to die. Motherfucker, what is this? You already told us not to make any mistakes, and you still want us to fight as we should? How else can we fight? Motherfucker, who the hell wants to touch that little girl? We want to touch the people around her, that master of calculation and manipulation, Emotianji. Now, if we touch Emotianji, that little girl definitely won't let us. If we touch that little girl, Wu Jueqing will definitely not let us, and the consequence will be that our entire clan will be destroyed. But if we don't move, are we just going to watch that little girl calmly command us? And we're even responsible for letting her play happily. Won't everyone be happy? Pooh, how could you say something like that? If we don't all die, will your disciple be happy? If we want to let her play happily, then we'll all commit mass suicide. Should we be happy just because her name is Lower? Then if I change my name to Exterminating the World, won't I really exterminate the world? Damn it. In all the wars that we've fought, we've never fought with such grievances. Yi Xiaoyao said, Elder Xiao is right. Everyone, don't make any mistakes. Whoever wants to touch her can do it. Anyway, the Yi clan won't touch her. Everyone rolled their eyes. Motherfucker. Xiao Qinyu cursed angrily and turned around. Everyone hung their heads dejectedly. They felt as if they had eaten feces. The imposing aura and high fighting spirit just now were actually reduced by half. On the contrary, the aura of the other side was like a tsunami. The sound of killing was earth-shattering. Everyone's blood was boiling. The battle was about to begin. At this moment, both sides that were about to fight to the death were silent. Diwu Qingru looked at the vast plains in front of him and was really puzzled. On such a flat terrain, what exactly did Mo Tianji rely on to be so confident and sure of dealing with him? The main battlefield of the two sides was surrounded by mountains. Only the boundary of the heart was unusually vast and empty, like a plain. This was a little strange. Battles that took place on such a battlefield were usually only suitable for frontal assaults, and not for any kind of strategy or layout. No matter how ingenious one's improvisation was, in such a vast plain, one would lose most of the opportunities. Because no matter what changes one made, in such an environment where there was almost no concealment, the other side would definitely see it at the first moment. As long as there was no fundamental error in judgment, it would not affect the outcome of the battle. And with Diwu Qingru's wisdom, it was absolutely impossible for him to make a fundamental error in judgment. In other words, Mo Tianji had chosen this place for the decisive battle. And this was tantamount to fixing himself in a position where he was bound to lose. There was such a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. Yet, they still chose to fight head-on without taking advantage of the terrain advantage. Wasn't it puzzling? Bookhouse, 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 bookhouse. Mo Tianji didn't look like someone who would commit suicide. Further north of the plains was a continuous stretch of mountains. This was the location of the final battle that Diwu Qingru had predicted. Chapter 15:10. The Li clan, as the host, had the advantage of being familiar with the terrain. Wouldn't they be able to unleash their strength better? Taking advantage of the situation and defeating the enemy was the right way to go. Not only Diwu Qingru, but even Chu Yang, Tan Tan, and the others also fixed their gazes on this place. However, Mo Tianji took the initiative to move the battlefield 1,000 miles forward. In this way, the geographical advantage was gone. The Li clan, whose actual strength was far inferior, lost the geographical advantage and became even weaker. What was Mo Tianji trying to do? Xiao Qinyu and the others rushed back and told Diwu Qingru about Wu Jucheng's interference. This news was enough to affect the final outcome of the battle. Naturally, they had to inform the leader of the final battle as soon as possible. However, what puzzled everyone was that Diwu Qingru wasn't angry but happy when he heard the news. Under such an absolute advantage, if he still wanted to use the decapitation operation to assassinate Mo Tianji and disrupt the morale of the army and destroy the last source of confidence of the Li clan, he would be clearly bullying them. In a battle between two armies, there was nothing they wouldn't do. Diwu Qingru could use the decapitation operation against anyone, even against Chu Yang, the master of the Calamity Sword. As long as there was a need, he would still use the decapitation operation without hesitation. He would first destroy the command pivot and the pillar of confidence of the enemy. However, against Mo Tianji, whether there was a way or not, he was absolutely unwilling to use such a method. He could be despicable and shameless on the battlefield, but he couldn't touch the command pivot, because Mo Tianji was the same as Diwu Qingru. He was an existence that fought with his brain. The battle between them was only a battle between the wise. They only relied on their own intelligence and wisdom against the enemy. If he couldn't give Mo Tianji a relatively fair fight, and simply used the strongest force to crush and kill a wise man, even Diwu Qingru himself would feel that he had an unfair advantage and wouldn't feel any sense of accomplishment. He might even develop an inner demon because of this. He would vaguely feel that he was afraid of losing to Mo Tianji. That was why he used such a purely violent method that shouldn't be used. That was why he didn't agree with such a strategic plan. If it weren't for the insistence of the clan heads, Diwu Qingru would have completely rejected this proposal. Now that Wu Jucheng had intervened, Mo Tianji could use this as a pretext to make a fuss. This was exactly what Diwu Qingru wanted. Therefore, Diwu Qingru didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust towards this unfavorable variable. In fact, he was actually very grateful to Wu Jucheng. Why did Mo Tianji choose that place for the final battle? Mo Lair was very suspicious. When the two of them saw that there was no movement, they also went down to take a look. He had just returned. Due to Emotionji's change of plans, their ambush location became somewhat far away from the battlefield. As the last and strongest successor of the Black Demon, Imole, naturally had a lot of knowledge about battle formations and killing. Top-notch assassins were the most sensitive to geographical environments. However, she was clueless about Emotionji's choice. She really didn't understand why Emotionji had given up on a good location for the decisive battle. Time, location, and people. These were the essential elements of a battle since ancient times. The time was decided by both sides. So, it was indisputable. As for the people, the decision-makers of both sides had the highest authority, and no one could disobey their orders. Therefore, both sides were more or less equally matched in this aspect. Moreover, Emotionji's overall fighting strength wasn't taken into account. As for the location, it was almost the only place where Emotionji and the Li clan had a slight advantage. Yet, Emotionji chose to do the opposite and gave up his advantage at the crucial moment of the decisive battle. It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't have any doubts about this either. He was also very confused. Rubbing his chin, he said, "This battle formation, what is it for? Is it to set up a battle formation? But even if it's a battle formation, it's not like Diwu Qingru doesn't know it. In the face of superior forces, even the most mysterious battle formation would be useless." Mo Qingwu smiled lightly and said, "I advise you not to waste your time thinking about it. If you can guess my second brother's intentions, Diwu Qingru would have guessed it long ago too. Don't worry. My second brother has never been willing to take a loss when doing things. Since he has set it up like this, he must have his reasons. Just watch his performance." Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Little Wu is right. It's because even we can't understand it that Diwu Qingru definitely can't either. Although I don't understand, I have a feeling that Diwu Qingru will definitely suffer a big loss this time. Emotionji is so evil. Emo Qingwu said unhappily, "How is my second brother evil? Doesn't he just like to pretend to be mysterious so that people can't understand him? That's not to the extent of saying that he's evil." Seeing that Emo Qingwu didn't agree with him, Chu Yang smiled obsequiously and said, "Whatever little Wu says is right. You're right. Women still need to be coaxed." He thought in his heart, with the past and present misunderstandings resolved, it seems that Emo Tianji's status is showing signs of rising. This won't do. I have to suppress him as soon as possible. Emo Qingwu said, "But second brother is indeed quite annoying sometimes. For example, every time he succeeds in his schemes, I want to turn around and leave when I see the smug smile on his face." Chu Yang said in surprise, "Smug smile? What smug smile? Does Tianji have that kind of smug smile? Why didn't I notice it?" Emo Qingwu curled her lips and said, "That's because you're ignorant. Every time his face shows that kind of mysterious and confident smile, it's when he's the most smug in his heart. Every time he makes people run in circles, he'll smile like that. He's especially good at pretending. In the eyes of others, he's a strategist and has a great demeanor. But only I know that at that time, he's already bursting with joy, beaming from ear to ear and getting carried away." Chu Yang's face was full of sweat. "At most, I said that he's bad. You're not happy, but what did you say about him yourself?" But in the end, no one knew him better than his sister. Emo Qingwu's memories from her past life had recovered. Coupled with the impressions of this life, her analysis of Emo Tianji could be said to be at the level of an expert. He might not be able to analyze other people so thoroughly, but analyzing Emo Tianji was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. It was incomparably accurate. He was the brains of a generation, the peerless military advisor. In this world, the only person who could restrain him was his younger sister. This matter, no matter how you looked at it, was a little comical. Or rather, it should be said that everything has its nemesis. The greatest nemesis of Emo Tianji was none other than Emo Qingwu. Regardless of the joys and sorrows, the sun rose as usual. It added a lot of magnificent and fantastical splendor to this land before the battle. It hadn't appeared in this northwest land for hundreds of thousands of years. But today, the sun shone brightly. The beautiful scenery created was enchanting, enough to dazzle anyone. It was unknown if the heavens and earth also wanted to bear witness to this vast battle, but a cloud of snow mist suddenly rose into the air. It floated in the air, neither high nor low. Under the illumination of the sun, it transformed into a rainbow-colored rainbow. Moreover, it was constantly changing shape and color. At times, it was like a rainbow that traversed the heaven and earth. At other times, it turned into countless galloping horses that soared into the sky. At other times, it turned into pavilions and towers. Everyone couldn't help but be a little fascinated by this strange sight. At this moment, it was as if everyone wasn't here to fight but to sightsee. However, just as everyone was watching this rare spectacle with rapt attention, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Emotionji said indifferently, "Elderly, Gongmi Heaven Absolute Divine Formation. Start setting it up immediately." Li Chuanbua nodded and waved his hand. The people below immediately got into action. Then, the flags fluttered and swayed. The team of 8,000 people immediately gathered. Emotionji's gentle voice rang in the air. "Brother Diwu, the formation has been activated. Do you dare to break it?" Emotionji was challenging him. Formation? Diwu Qingrou's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked over. 7 to 8 people suddenly leaped out from the opposite side. They descended from the mountain as if they were riding on clouds. Then, teams of martial artists emerged from the clouds in front of them at an extremely fast speed. Like long dragons, they swarmed toward the battlefield. Could it be that Emotionji wants to compete with me in terms of formations? Diwu Qingrou's eyes were solemn, but he was sneering in his heart. Emotionji, should I say that you're overestimating yourself, or that you're underestimating this battle of wits? One wrong move, and you'll lose everything. A rash decision will lead to an irreversible defeat. It's definitely not just a matter of words. Emotionji, you're obviously too rash. In the Li clan team, the 7 to 8 supreme martial artists, led by Li Shangxi at the front, had already crossed the central line between the two sides. However, they still didn't stop. The speed of supreme martial artist experts was not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, this group of people had advanced another 17 to 18 miles. Their current position was already not far from the Allied forces. Even with the naked eye, they could already vaguely see them. If the entire area was compared to a straight line, then their current position was already 2/3 of the way. Just as the Allied forces were about to move out to meet the enemy, the momentum of the 8 supreme martial artists suddenly stopped. They attacked at the same time. However, their target wasn't anyone on the Allied forces' side. With a loud boom, snow filled the sky. Snow flew into the air, blurring one's vision. Even the strongest experts couldn't see anything under such low visibility. They could only hear the continuous sounds of attacks and explosions. The 8 supreme martial artists seemed to be carrying out some kind of work in that thick fog. Diwu Qingrou waved his hand, indicating for everyone to calm down and not act rashly. They should wait for the enemy to come. He wanted to see what kind of tricks the other party could come up with. Since Emotionji was challenging him directly, it meant that the other party must have made arrangements. However, no matter what arrangements Emotionji could come up with, Diwu Qingrou had absolute confidence that he could break them. Coping with all changes by remaining unchanged was a military principle. Chapter 1511. The Li clan, as the host, had the advantage of being familiar with the terrain. Wouldn't they be able to unleash their strength better? Taking advantage of the situation and defeating the enemy was the right way to go. Not only Diwu Qingrou, but even Chu Yang, Tan Tan, and the others also fixed their gazes on this place. However, Emotionji took the initiative to move the battlefield 1,000 miles forward. In this way, the geographical advantage was gone. The Li clan, whose actual strength was far inferior, lost the geographical advantage and became even weaker. What was Emotionji trying to do? Xiao Qinyu and the others rushed back and told Diwu Qingrou about Wu Jucheng's interference. This news was enough to affect the final outcome of the battle. Naturally, they had to inform the leader of the final battle at the first opportunity. However, what puzzled everyone was that Diwu Qingrou wasn't angry when he heard the news. Instead, he was happy. With such an absolute advantage, If he still wanted to assassinate Imo Tianji and disrupt the morale of the army and destroy the last source of confidence of the Li clan, it would be obvious that he was bullying them. In a battle between two armies, there was nothing they wouldn't do. Diwu Qingru could use the method of decapitation against anyone, even against Chu Yong, the master of the Calamity Sword. As long as there was a need, he would still use decapitation without hesitation. He would first destroy the command pivot and the pillar of confidence of the enemy. However, against Imo Tianji, whether there was a way or not, he was absolutely unwilling to use such methods. He could be despicable and shameless on the battlefield, but he couldn't touch the command pivot, because Imo Tianji was the same as Diwu Qingru. He was an existence that used his brain to fight. The battle between them was only a battle between the wise. They only relied on their own intelligence and wisdom to defeat the enemy. If he couldn't give Imo Tianji a relative fairness and simply used the strongest force to crush and kill a wise person, even Diwu Qingru himself would feel that he had an unfair advantage and wouldn't feel any sense of accomplishment. He might even develop an inner demon and vaguely feel that he was afraid of losing to Imo Tianji. That was why he used such a purely violent method that shouldn't be used. That was why he didn't agree with such a strategic plan. If it weren't for the insistence of the clan heads, Diwu Qingru would have completely rejected this proposal. Now, with Wu Jucheng's interference, Imo Tianji could use this as a pretext to make a fuss. And this was exactly what Diwu Qingru wanted. Therefore, Diwu Qingru didn't have the slightest bit of disgust towards this unfavorable variable. Why did Imo Tianji choose that place for the final battle? Imo Lei was very suspicious. Just now, when the two of them saw that there was no movement, they also went down to take a look. He had just returned. Due to Imo Tianji's change of plans, their ambush location became somewhat far away from the battlefield. As the last and strongest successor of the Black Demons, Imo Lei was naturally well-versed in battle formations and killing. Top-notch assassins were the most sensitive to geographical environments. However, she did not understand Imo Tianji's choice. She really didn't understand why Imo Tianji had given up on a good location for the decisive battle. Time, location, and people. These were the essential elements of a battle since ancient times. The time was decided by both sides. So, it was indisputable. As for the people, the decision-makers of both sides had the highest authority, and no one could disobey their orders. Therefore, both sides were more or less equally matched in this aspect. Moreover, Imo Tianji's overall fighting strength wasn't taken into account. Location was the only thing that Imo Tianji and the Li clan had a slight advantage in. Yet, Imo Tianji chose to do the opposite and gave up his advantage at the crucial moment of the decisive battle. It wasn't that Chu Yong didn't have any doubts about this. He was also very confused. Rubbing his chin, he said, "This battle formation. What is it for? Is it to set up a battle formation? But even if it's a battle formation, it's not like Diwu Qingru doesn't know it. Against superior numbers, even the most mysterious battle formation would be useless." Imo Qingwu smiled lightly and said, "I advise you not to waste your time thinking about it. If you can guess my second brother's intentions, Diwu Qingru would have guessed it long ago. Don't worry. My second brother has never been willing to take a loss when doing things. Since he has set it up like this, he must have his reasons. Just watch his performance." Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Little Wu is right. Because even we can't understand it, Diwu Qingru definitely can't either. I don't understand it, but I have a feeling that Diwu Qingru will definitely suffer a huge loss this time. Imo Tianji is so evil. Imo Qingwu said unhappily, "How is my second brother evil? Doesn't he just like to pretend to be mysterious and make people unable to understand him? That's not to the extent of saying that he's evil." Seeing that Imo Qingwu didn't agree with him, Chu Yang smiled obsequiously and said, "Whatever little Wu says is right. You're right. Women still need to be coaxed." He thought to himself, with the past and present misunderstandings resolved, it seems that Imo Tianji's status is showing signs of rising. This won't do. I have to suppress him as soon as possible. Imo Qingwu said, "But second brother is indeed quite annoying sometimes. For example, every time he succeeds in his schemes, I want to turn around and leave when I see the smug smile on his face." Chu Yang was stunned and said, "Smug smile? What smug smile? Does Tianji have that kind of smug smile? Why didn't I notice it?" Imo Qingwu curled her lips and said, "That's because you're ignorant. Every time he shows that mysterious and confident smile on his face, it's when he's the most smug in his heart. Every time he makes people run in circles, he'll smile like that. He's especially good at pretending. In other people's eyes, he's a strategist and has a great demeanor. But only I know that at that time, he's already bursting with joy in his heart, beaming with joy and losing his sense of measure." Chu Yang's face was full of sweat. "At most, I said that he's bad. You're not happy, but what did you say about him yourself?" But in the end, no one knew him better than his sister. Imo Qingwu's memories from her past life had recovered. Coupled with her impression of this life, her analysis of Imo Tianji could be said to be at the level of an expert. He might not be able to analyze other people so thoroughly, but analyzing Imo Tianji was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. It was incomparably accurate. He was the brains of a generation, the peerless military advisor. In this world, the only person who could restrain him was his younger sister. This matter, no matter how you looked at it, was a little comical. Or rather, it should be said that everything has its nemesis. The greatest nemesis of Imo Tianji was none other than Imo Qingwu. Regardless of the joys and sorrows, the sun rose as usual. It added a lot of magnificent and fantastical splendor to this land before the battle. It hadn't appeared in this northwest land for hundreds of thousands of years. But today, the sun shone brightly. The beautiful scenery created was enchanting, enough to dazzle anyone. It was unknown if the heavens and earth also wanted to bear witness to this vast battle, but a cloud of snow mist suddenly rose into the air. It floated in the air, neither high nor low. Under the illumination of the sun, it transformed into a rainbow-colored rainbow. Moreover, it was constantly changing shape and color. At times, it was like a rainbow that traversed the heaven and earth. At other times, it turned into countless galloping horses that soared into the sky. At other times, it transformed into pavilions and towers. Everyone couldn't help but be a little fascinated by this strange sight. At this moment, everyone seemed to not be here to fight but to sightsee. However, just as everyone was focused on this rare sight that was hard to come by in 10,000 years, Imo Tianji said indifferently, "Elderly, Gongmi Heaven Absolute Divine Formation. Start setting it up immediately." Li Chuanbua nodded and waved his hand. The people below immediately got into action. Then, the flags fluttered and swayed. The army of 8,000 people immediately gathered. Imo Tianji's gentle voice rang in the air. "Brother Diwu, the formation has been set up. Do you dare to break it?" Imo Tianji was challenging him. Formation? Diwu Qingrou's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked over. 7 to 8 people suddenly leaped out from the opposite side. They floated down from the mountain as if they were riding on clouds. Then, teams of martial artists emerged from the clouds in front of them at an extremely fast speed. Like long dragons, they swarmed toward the battlefield. Could it be that Imo Tianji wants to compete with me in terms of formations? Diwu Qingrou's eyes were solemn, but he was sneering in his heart. Imo Tianji, should I say that you're overestimating yourself, or that you're underestimating this battle of wits? One wrong move, and you'll lose everything. A rash decision will lead to an irreversible defeat. It's not just a matter of words. Imo Tianji, you're obviously too rash. In the Li clan's army, the 7 to 8 supreme martial artists led by Li Xiangxi at the front had already crossed the center line between the two sides, but they still didn't stop. The speed of supreme martial artist experts was not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, this group of people had advanced another 17 to 18 miles. Their current position was already not far from the Allied forces. Even with the naked eye, they could already vaguely see them. If the entire area was compared to a straight line, then their current position was already 2/3 of the way. Just as the Allied forces were about to move out to meet the enemy, the momentum of the 8 supreme martial artists suddenly came to a halt. They attacked at the same time. However, the target of their attack wasn't anyone from the Allied forces. With a boom, snow filled the sky. Snow flew into the air, blurring one's vision. No matter how strong an expert was, he couldn't see anything at all under such low visibility. He could only hear the continuous sounds of attacks and explosions. The 8 supreme martial artists seemed to be carrying out some kind of work in that area of thick fog. Diwu Qingru waved his hand, indicating for everyone to calm down and not act rashly. They should wait for the enemy to come. He wanted to see what kind of tricks the other party could come up with. Since Mo Tianji had challenged him directly, it meant that the other party must have made arrangements. However, no matter what arrangements Mo Tianji could come up with, Diwu Qingru had absolute confidence that he could break through them. Countering all changes by remaining unchanged was a military principle. Chapter 15:12. Diwu Qingru smiled. By then, we won't be breaking the formation but a one-sided massacre. A head-on battle between 8,000 people and 8,000 people. I predict that our 8,000 people will only lose a few hundred at most, or even less, and we will be able to wipe out the 8,000 people of the other party. At the side, an 8th grade supreme martial artist muttered, "Didn't you say that you want a fair battle? Battle formations? In this case, won't it become a conspiracy again?" Diwu Qingru snorted and said, "I've already said that this is a decisive battle. What battle formations? For Mo Tianji to make such a decision, it's his mistake and not us being despicable. This is a decisive battle. Naturally, we'll use all means possible. Everything is for the sake of protecting our own strength and attacking the enemy. Where is there any fairness?" All the supreme martial artists expressed their agreement. Yes, yes. If we still insist on a fair battle with the other party at such a time, we'd really be out of our minds. Don't tell me that we have to accept the other party's suggestion of a decisive battle. One of the supreme martial artists nodded fiercely and said, "Yes, do we have to accept the other party's suggestion of a fair one-on-one duel? With hundreds of thousands of people taking turns to fight, we may all die of old age before the battle is over." Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter at once. As they spoke, Li Chuanbu's voice came from afar. "Gongmi divine formation. Do you dare to fight it? Fight with formations." Xiao Qinyu laughed and said, "Chuanbua, this time, I'll let you win." His voice was full of confidence. Yes, with Diwu Qingru's arrangement, this extremely dangerous, extravagant, and sturdy formation of the other party was just a complete joke. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, the battle would be decided. Diwu Qingru waved his hand and a series of muffled drum beats sounded, seemingly shaking the whole sky. Group after group of experts from the big clans, with bloodthirsty expressions and murderous auras, quickly got into formation. In order to prevent the other party from retreating when they saw that the situation wasn't right, all of this was done extremely quickly in an instant. Then, Diwu Qingru shouted softly, "Go! Kill!" The flag on the mountain top waved and pointed forward. 8 groups of people shot out like arrows leaving the bow. They were like 8 long swords that could take one's life or soul, surging with murderous intent. On the opposite side, Li Chuanbu's countenance changed drastically as he shouted furiously, "Xiao Chunyu! What is this? How is this a battle formation? How is this a fair battle?" With this kind of momentum, even people who didn't understand Xin cultivation could see that the 8,000 people on this side and the 8,000 people on the other side weren't on the same level. On one hand, primary school students were sent to participate in the battle. On the other hand, they had directly mobilized the regular army. That was the difference. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Xiao Qinyu looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. "Chuanbua, my good brother, actually, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time. The reason why you've fallen to your current state is because you pursue fairness in everything. But you don't know what fairness is? Fairness. There is no such thing as fairness in this world." Xiao Chunyu's wild laughter reverberated between heaven and earth. Fairness has never existed since the beginning of the world. The sky will always be the sky, and the earth will always be the earth. If we really want to be fair, then shouldn't the heavens and earth also need to swap places every once in a while? Why has it never happened before? Ever since people appeared, there has been even less true fairness. Both are born after 10 months of pregnancy, but some are born in noble families, while others can only be born in the thatched huts of beggars. Is this fair? Who do you ask for fairness from? Some are born smart and wise, while others are born stupid. Who do you ask for fairness from? In these hundreds of thousands of years, more than billions of innocent people have died in the hands of experts. Who do these people want to ask for fairness from? Xiao Qinyu burst into laughter. Now, my army is coming with an unstoppable momentum. Their strength is dozens of times more than yours. How can there be any fairness in a battle of life and death? Li Chuanbua trembled all over. Good, good, good. Since that's the case, then why do I still pursue fairness? Since I'm going to destroy my family and clan no matter what, I'll just wait and see. The reason why Li Chuanbua shouted that it was unfair earlier was actually because of Mo Tianji's instructions. The purpose of Li Chuanbua's act was naturally to numb the enemy so that they wouldn't see through his true intentions. However, Xiao Qinyu's talk of fairness made Li Chuanbua's heart as cold as dead ashes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 8 troops of the allied forces had already arrived in front of the Li clan's formation. On the top of the mountain, Mo Tianji stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm and emotionless as he watched the ant-like crowd below approach. The conversation between Li Chuanbua and Xiao Qinyu reverberated in his ears, but it was as if he didn't hear a single word. It was only when Li Chuanbua finished his last sentence that Mo Tianji's lips curled into a cold smile. He murmured, "That's right. How can there be true fairness in this world? Diwu Qingru, you have never thought of fairness. I, Mo Tianji, have never thought of it either. Since all of you yearn for unfairness and intend to achieve things through unfairness, then I'll give you unfairness." Chu Lu'er was a little puzzled. She asked, "Big brother Mo, I see that the other party is fully prepared. Aren't those people on our side sending themselves to their deaths? How are you going to give them unfairness?" Mo Tianji's lips curled into a cold smile. He looked down without blinking. He said, "They're not sending themselves to their deaths. Their purpose in coming here is only to perish together with us. This formation is an extremely extravagant bait. It's also an extremely realistic bait, and Diwu Qingru has already swallowed this bait. According to fairness, it's only fair that a 4th-grade martial saint dies at the hands of a 2nd-grade martial saint. After all, the other party has enjoyed more resources than him and has gone through hundreds of years of cultivation more than him, but now, it's all in one pot. What's the point of going to the netherworld together?" Mo Tianji looked at the 8 troops of the other party. As expected, they didn't attack the formation from the front. Instead, they entered through the 8 doors. The cold smile on his lips became even more cruel. "You didn't intend to fight with me in terms of formations. Actually, I didn't intend to either. Just as Xiao Qinyu said, your actual strength is dozens of times greater than ours. Why should I fight with you in terms of formations? Why talk about fairness? You wanted to destroy us easily, but you didn't expect that I wouldn't even give you the chance to do so. Because there was no battle here at all. There were only explosions." Diwu Qingru looked at the 8 troops of the other party. They didn't forcefully break through the outer formation. Instead, they followed his instructions and entered the foggy land of the heaven, annihilating divine formation in an orderly manner. His eyes flashed with calmness. Once they entered, it was equivalent to the end of the battle. He seemed to have tasted the results of the first battle. It was just that it wasn't as sweet as he had imagined, because it seemed a little too simple. Mo Tianji was ultimately too young. His thinking was too simple. He and Chu Yang were heroes. They hoped to use the actions of heroes to demand of the enemy. However, they neglected the enemy's characteristics. I, Diwu Qingru, have never been a hero. I am a formidable person who would do anything for the sake of victory. If they still couldn't win with such a huge disparity in strength, or even if they couldn't win completely, then all the over 8,000 experts who had entered would die of shame without waiting for others to say anything. After the 8,000 people in front of him were wiped out, the Li clan would only be left with high-end forces, the last of their forces. Then, the follow-up plan, just as Diwu Qingru started to consider the future battle situation. Suddenly, Li Chuanbua's tragic voice came from the opposite side. Li Chuanbua's voice was like thunder in the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The majestic northwest will last for thousands of years. Wind blades and frost swords will bury the snow. The Li clan's spring and autumn has been generous since ancient times. Iron blood and strong aspirations will shake the northern fortress. Heroes will be everywhere. Bless my clan, and its name will be passed down for generations. In today's battle, winds will come from all directions. Strong enemies will be oppressed, but iron bones will not grieve. I will return with you. I will be with you. At this moment, Li Chuanbua's voice was unusually heavy and solemn. As if he was mourning, his slow and solemn voice reverberated between heaven and earth for a long time. A tragic and stirring momentum, atmosphere, and aura rushed back and forth in the midst of the surrounding snowy mountains in broad daylight. 72 words. Every word was like a gem, sonorous and resonant. They spoke of the Li clan's glory and helplessness. They spoke of the Li clan's grievances, the Li clan's heroism and unyielding spirit, and the Li clan's determination, the determination to fight to the death. While his voice was still reverberating in the air, Diwu Qingrou's expression had already changed. He shouted, "Attack immediately! Break the formation at full speed!" His voice became unusually sharp, and there was even a hint of panic in it. This wise man who had been through many battles seemed to have already sensed the arrival of an unknown danger and knew what the other party was going to do. However, opposite him, Li Chuanbua had already shouted fiercely at the same time, "The grandson of the Li clan, I will return with you." In the Gongmi Heaven Absolute Divine Formation, the voices of 8,000 people rang out tragically. "The grandson of the Li clan, I will return with you." With the tragic roar, all the Li clan members who had not participated in the battle, regardless of gender or age, dropped to their knees at the same time, sobbing uncontrollably. Those of the Li clan who were supreme martial artists and above, led by Li Chuanbua, bowed to the ground at the same time. They didn't get up for a long time. Right at this moment, boom, an unprecedentedly loud explosion suddenly rang out. 8,000 martial saints and 10 supreme martial artists self-destructed at the same time. The power of the explosion this time was practically earth-shattering. In fact, it was unprecedented and unparalleled. Although it was often said to be earth-shattering, it didn't really live up to its name. However, the explosion this time really lived up to its name. In fact, not only was it earth-shattering, it was also an unprecedentedly huge explosion. Xiao Qinyu, who was already at the peak of supreme martial artist, was actually shaken by the aftershocks of the explosion. He could only feel a roar in his head. At the position where the Gongmi Heaven Absolute Divine Formation was previously, a huge black hole appeared, extending in all directions with crackling sounds. Under this clear and bright sky, many dark and sinister space cracks appeared like demonic snakes. The 8,000 brothers of the Li clan and the 8,000 experts of the allied forces who had just entered were all annihilated at the same time. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. From small to large, it soared high into the sky and spread out. Countless broken limbs and body parts were turned into debris and shot out in all directions. Rumble. Chapter 15:13. The nearby mountains and those that were nearby directly collapsed. The foundation of the entire mountain started to shake. Amidst the avalanche, the large rocks on the mountain jumped up as if they were alive. Then, like dumplings, they fell down and the mountain collapsed. Rumble. Thousands of feet of snow on the entire land jumped up and down along with the explosion. As the mushroom cloud rose, clouds of snow and dust that were thousands of feet thick also rose up. In this instant, it was as if many more pillars had been added to the northwest. Diwu Qingru was violently shaken. His face was pale. He felt that the mountain under his feet was collapsing. He hurriedly took preventive measures. Beside him, countless people rolled on the ground like gourds. They couldn't stand properly at all. Golden bells rang in their ears. In that instant, everyone lost their hearing at the same time. Diwu Qingru secretly cried out in his heart that he had miscalculated. As a wise man, he had instantly figured out the true meaning of Emo Tianji's plan. He didn't expect the other party to be so ruthless. The lives of 8,000 experts turned into an earth-shattering sound in an instant. This ruthlessness, this decisiveness, this boldness of a warrior cutting his wrist, this was truly a huge move. And those 100 million purple crystals. The effect of those purple crystals was actually not to defend against the outside, but to restrain the power of the explosion. All the power was restrained and confined within the formation. If not for that, the range of the explosion would definitely not have been limited to this. But it was also because of this that the power of the explosion this time was extremely concentrated. The effect it created was naturally extremely terrifying. The flesh, blood, and essence of 8,000 saints and 10 supremes exploded at the same time. This in itself was already so powerful that it could shake the heavens and earth. Moreover, there was also the 100 million purple crystals that Emotianji had set up. 100 million purple crystals had increased the power of this explosion by tenfold. Of the 8,000 enemies who had already entered the formation, there would definitely not be a single person who would survive. Even if an expert like Wu Jueqing was inside, he would definitely die in today's situation. There had never been such a situation before, and it might not be replicated in the future. Because today was already a great example. No one would fall into the same trap again. Today's situation was unprecedented. At this moment, Diwu Qingru finally completely understood Emotianji's plan. Why did he have to forcefully change the terrain and set up a formation in front of the enemy's eyes? Why did he have to use such low-end battle power as the first line of troops? More importantly, why did he have to arrange the Gongmi Heaven annihilating divine formation on the side closer to the allied forces? All of these were mere illusions. That kind of fierceness of a battle to the death was also very impressive. 100 million purple crystals was an even more powerful bait. The purpose of these low-end fighting forces was to perish together with the enemy, to use all of their life force to launch the most terrifying attack. Following this huge explosion, the impact spread far and wide. The Allied army's camp was sent flying into the air at almost the same time. Countless men and horses were knocked to the ground, and many of them were bleeding from their 7 orifices, suffering from internal injuries. In addition, countless mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, rolling down. At this moment, the area around the explosion was like the end of the world. The reason for this glorious victory included the lives of 8,000 people who fought without hesitation, billions of purple crystals, and most importantly, Emotianji's ingenious calculations and meticulous arrangements that saw through people's hearts. If the commander of the Allied forces wasn't Diwu Qingru, he might not have recognized that the formation was the Gongmi Heaven annihilating divine formation. If Diwu Qingru didn't understand the Gongmi Heaven annihilating divine formation and knew that this formation couldn't be broken by brute force, the Allied forces wouldn't have chosen to evade the important and dwell on the trivial. After entering the formation, they didn't immediately attack the people inside, giving the people guarding the formation too much time and opportunity to attack. In a sense, this result was the result of Diwu Qingru's full cooperation, and also the result of Emotianji's scheme against Diwu Qingru, using the methods of an absolute expert to deceive an absolute expert. Emotianji's plan this time could be said to be a big deal, a big spirit, and a big scheme. Without any of these, he wouldn't have achieved this result. Regarding this situation, Diwu Qingru, who understood everything, didn't feel defeated. He only felt admiration. Diwu Qingru had been calculating all his life, and it was rare for him to be calculated by others. Now that he had done so, he only had admiration in his heart. Such a wise man was indeed worthy of respect. Even if it was an enemy, there would be no exception. A long time after the explosion, the heaven and earth were still trembling nonstop. Light smoke was rising everywhere. There were sounds of mountains and tsunamis all around. On the ground, a huge pit seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It covered an area of thousands of feet and was bottomless. The lives of a total of 8,000 warriors had turned into an earth-shattering explosion at this moment. They already knew that their strength wouldn't be of much use in this final battle. They wouldn't even have the chance to attack when facing the enemy. They would be slaughtered. But when Emotianji proposed this plan to die together with them, No one hesitated. In this battle, their status was absolutely weak, but they ultimately played an unprecedentedly huge role. In the last 10 days, these people didn't go out. They just quietly stayed in their own homes to reunite with their loved ones. It didn't matter how rude, unreasonable, irritable, or heartless he was in the past, or if his wives and concubines were stolen or defrauded, or if he was originally kind and stood aloof from worldly affairs, or if he was originally a person who enjoyed the company of others. Everyone had miraculously behaved exactly the same in these 10 days. They just waited quietly. They didn't practice martial arts, didn't drink, didn't do anything. They just watched and accompanied their family members tenderly and reluctantly. They did those trivial things with them that they used to disdain and talked about those family affairs. Even if they were usually irritable, they had never been so quiet in these 10 days. Li Hong's wife was the daughter of the head of the Li clan's enemy force. He was the one who killed his wife's entire family. But because he coveted his wife's beauty, he snatched her back and forced her to be his wife. The couple spent their lives in a cold war. But in these 10 days, Li Hong just quietly accompanied his wife, smiling gently. Every day, he cooked for the whole family with his clumsy culinary skills. When someone complained that the food was bad, he chuckled. Every night, he actually washed his wife's feet very carefully and gently. It was just that he still didn't say a word of apology. What happened back then wasn't something that could be resolved with just a word of apology. He just expressed his final feelings. Li Qingyun, this collateral descendant of the Li clan, naturally didn't have high cultivation achievements due to his poor aptitude. Usually, he would complain from time to time that the clan didn't give him any resources. He could be said to be the biggest thorn in the Li clan, the most difficult troublemaker to deal with. Even Li Wubua and the others would feel a headache whenever they saw him. But in these 10 days, the thing that this troublemaker did the most was kowtow. He kowtowed to his ancestors. My surname is Li. Li Chunggong, who was less than 40 years old this year, was already a 4th-grade martial saint. He had always felt that he was a genius, a rare genius. His usual personality was naturally arrogant and domineering. He was even more domineering in the clan and had bullied many people. But in these 10 days, he greeted everyone he met with a smile. His attitude was almost humble as he sincerely begged for others' forgiveness. As long as the other party said, "It's all right now," or "I forgive you," he would immediately be full of smiles. Before he died, all his debts had to be cleared. Lian had always been the most arrogant and unruly. Because his father tried to discipline him, he once got into a fight with his father and eventually broke his father's arm. But in these 10 days, the thing that he did the most was to massage his old father's broken arm and his whole body. In the morning and at night, he would greet his father in the morning and at night. In the afternoon, he would help his father out for a walk. His old father was old and his nose was flowing. He would often wipe his nose on Lian when he tilted his head. Lian smiled gently and used his white robe to wipe his father's nose. He even lowered his head and tasted his old father's nose with his tongue when no one else could see. At that moment, his eyes were filled with tears. His father raised him. He still remembered that his father was as strong as a mountain when he was young. Now, he didn't even know how to wipe his own nose. But he actually didn't pay attention to it and even broke his father's arm. How unfilial. How utterly devoid of conscience. There was no need to apologize. There was only action. I was wrong, but I don't have time. If there is a next life, I still want to be your son to make up for the mistakes in this life. There were many more. There were also some young men who had just gotten married. The young couple was inseparable for 10 days. This situation lasted until the night of the first day. These 8,000 people gathered together in the ancestral hall of the Li clan. Without a word, they knelt down and kowtowed silently. That kind of scene was shocking, heartbreaking, and tearful. However, not a single one of the 8,000 people cried. There was only determination and tenacity. After 3 kowtows, they walked out proudly. The time for the final battle had arrived. Not a single one of the 8,000 people was missing. All of them appeared and lined up neatly, their expressions calm. Behind them, the doors of the 8,000 families were wide open. The families leaned against the doors and looked at each other, sending each other off with red makeup. Tears streamed down their faces silently. However, none of the 8,000 people turned back. The brothers of the Li clan, together in death, under the bows of their ancestors, from the first-generation clans Li Chuanbua, the 8,000 people ended their lives in the most shocking way possible. They turned into dust just like that. Together with the 8,000 enemies who were much, much stronger than them, they turned into smoke at the same time and turned into a loud explosion. At the end of an instant, they turned into smoke. The love and hatred of the past, the lofty aspirations of the past, the sins of the past, everything became a thing of the past. Li Chuanbua straightened up, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 15:14. Li Chuanbua and Li Xiangxi heaved a long sigh at the same time. They had nothing to say. They couldn't help but lament in their hearts. Why didn't anyone tell us this in the past? If we had followed this advice, the Li clan wouldn't have been wiped out today. We could have continued to prosper for 10,000 years, many tens of thousands of years. They valued martial prowess, but neglected their roots. In the face of life and death, even a coward can transform into a warrior. A warrior will also be afraid of death. A despicable person may not necessarily be unable to face difficulties generously. A righteous person will also seek comfort. No one can clearly describe the change in an instant. It could be sublimation or degeneration. At the side, Chu Lu said slowly, therefore, there's really nothing to sigh about. There's only pride. Because after all, they didn't choose to live an ignoble life and be afraid of death. Among these people, I only respect those who are usually very kind and righteous, because they are worthy of my respect. But the others, Chu Lu sneered and said, previously, I've also heard you guys talk about how some of these people conduct themselves. Many of them aren't open and above board, nor are they righteous. 10 days before their deaths, they all repented, so it's worth being moved by them. But what's worth thinking about is, why must they only repent right before their deaths? Why must they only realize their own foolishness and loss when there's no way out at all? How can a mere 10 days of repentance make up for a lifetime of harm? What have they done in the past? If that's the case, then can I assume that if they didn't have the pressure of life and death this time, and were faced with certain death, then perhaps these people wouldn't repent for their entire lives, and might not even repent even after death? Chu Lu's cold voice reverberated in the air. Everyone, including Mo Tianji, was stunned. Yes, Chu Lu's words were very heartless and cold. They were even very cold-blooded and pierced the heart. But they hit the nail on the head and pointed out the crux of the problem. At a time when people's hearts were most easily softened and moved, Chu Lu maintained a high level of clarity. Even though she was an outsider, it was still extremely rare. Although this clarity, calmness, coldness, and was almost cold-blooded and cruel. But in this world, there were very few people who could do and think of such cruelty. Chu Lu had a rough childhood and was plagued with illness. Every night was like crossing the door of life and death 100 times. This also created Chu Lu's unique personality. What she treasured the most was what she had now. No matter how good it was, Chu Lu wouldn't be tempted by anything that couldn't be in her hands now. They wouldn't take it seriously. Chu Lu said lightly, there are all kinds of honors after death. It's better to live with a little filial piety. Mo Tianji said, Lu's words are a little extreme. To be able to repent at the last moment, it's also because she found her conscience. Chu Lu said coldly, is that so? I am not used to this kind of behavior of people who only repent when they are on the brink of death. Instead, I feel that it is better for these people to die after they repent. His family didn't feel too bad when he died, because he deserved to die. So, they just sighed a few times and let it go. Unfortunately, he had done evil for a generation, but he repented before he died, leaving his family with eternal sadness. That's why I don't agree. Chu Lu's pretty brows were cold as she said, if it were me, I'd rather die a worse death than let my family be sad after my death. Mo Tianji was greatly surprised at once. He didn't expect Chu Lu to say something like this. Although it was a little extreme, it was definitely reasonable. Moreover, it should be something that an old person who had been through life and death for a long time could say. But how old was Chu Luer? Why did she have such thoughts? Chu Luer said, "The dead are gone." She glanced at Imo Tianji. Imo Tianji was shocked and immediately realized something. He looked deeply at Chu Luer and said, "Yes, now is not the appropriate time to sigh. Inform the army to retreat at full speed immediately." Retreat at full speed? Li Chuanbua's tears hadn't dried yet. He looked at Imo Tianji with some astonishment. Imo Tianji had gathered all the people who were participating in the battle here and assumed a posture of cutting off all means of retreat. Now that they had the upper hand, they should pursue the victory. Why did they have to retreat instead? Or retreat at full speed immediately? What kind of explanation was this? Our final battlefield can't be here. We'll suffer a big loss here. Imo Tianji insipidly said, "Our battlefield should be 500 kilometers behind. That place is surrounded by mountains. The mountain ranges are stacked on top of each other. That's our greatest geographical advantage. Then why did you come here and rush back?" The reason why I assumed such a posture is naturally to lure Diwu Qingru into my trap. If not, with Diwu Qingru's intelligence, why would he send those 8,000 experts into the formation? Imo Tianji said indifferently, "Now that 8,000 of them have been turned into ashes, our greatest goal has been achieved. Of course, we have to retreat and retreat at the fastest speed possible." Just as Xiao Qinyu said, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. Fairness is something that only the strong can have. Diwu Qingru's side couldn't see through my plan and thus fell into the trap. Then, it is only natural for them to suffer losses. Now that the other side is in chaos, if we rush over to fight it this time, even if we can't win, Li Xiangxi looked at the chaos on the other side and was a little tempted. By the time we rush over, we will have fallen into Diwu Qingru's trap. Imo Tianji coldly said, "The other side has indeed lost 8,000 men. But these 8,000 men are only low-end forces to the other side. The other side's high-end forces haven't been damaged at all. Moreover, they're filled with shame and anger. They're in a state of mourning. Are we going to throw our lives away if we go over? If you are willing, you can go ahead and court death. I will not stop you." These words could be said to be extremely rude. Li Xiangxi's face turned red. Since that's the case, as the military advisor wishes, retreat at full speed. Li Chuanbua made a prompt decision and gave the order at once. When all the Li clan members received the order, none of them moved immediately. Instead, they all looked at the deep pit in the ground in unison. As they stared, it was as if they could see the 8,000 brothers entering the formation without any hesitation and hear that heroic cry, "Brothers of the Li clan. Together we return to the same place." Everyone stared deeply. Finally, they turned back decisively and quickly retreated with the army. On the battlefield, a huge pit was in sight. After tens of thousands of years, this place had become a natural ice lake. Despite the vicissitudes of life, its appearance remained unchanged. It was known as the return to the same lake. On the opposite side, in this place where the world was shaking violently, Diwu Qingru kept looking at the opposite side, anticipating the other party's next move. "Imo Tianji, this is a heaven-sent opportunity for you. As long as you charge over, the results of the battle will definitely be even more glorious. Will you charge over? Can you resist the urge to charge over? As long as you charge over, I will definitely teach you an unforgettable lesson. I will return the defeat that I just received back to you." After a long time, there was no movement from the opposite side. Diwu Qingru sighed softly. "Looks like this rare defeat will have to stay with me for the time being. The other party must have already retreated. Obviously, the other party's purpose so far was only to take advantage of him this once. Now that he had taken advantage of him, he would stop while he was ahead. He would definitely not be greedy and advance prematurely. This was indeed not the battlefield for the final battle. And Imo Tianji was obviously not someone who was greedy for small gains. A faint sense of admiration rose in Diwu Qingru's heart. This time, he had indeed been fully schemed against by the other party, but he was completely convinced by the other party's scheme. The other party had actually thought of such a tragic and desperate plan. He had even calculated every detail of a person's heart. The setup was superb. It was absolutely reasonable that he had lost this round. despicable and shameless, really too despicable. Beside him, a middle-grade supreme martial artist spat out the sand and mud in his mouth. He cursed furiously. How can such a despicable method be considered heroic? They actually exchanged such a small amount of strength for 8,000 of our experts. A total of 8,000 people were cheated just like that. Another supreme martial artist also cried out in grief and indignation. They said that they would fight the final battle here, but they slipped away like a rabbit. Going back on their words, what kind of strategist are they? They are more like gutless bandits. Another person's eyes reddened. At this moment, the allied forces were all agitated. Shut up. All of you, shut up. Diwu Qingru slowly stood up. At this moment, the tremors on the mountain had gradually subsided. He looked coldly at the supreme martial artists in front of him. What exactly is the other party despicable and shameless? This is the final battle. This is a place where life and death are at stake. This is the most suitable place for despicable and shameless. What are you unhappy about? What are you barking about? Everyone was instantly speechless. They had never seen Diwu Qingru so angry before. You are allowed to take advantage of others, not abide by the rules, break the rules, but don't allow others to use tricks? What kind of mentality is this? Diwu Qingru said heavily, with such mentality, even if there are another 1,000 or 10,000 battles, you will still lose. Even if you are lucky enough to win, it will be a dishonorable victory. What do you mean by cheated? We lost 8,000 people, but didn't the other party also lose 8,000 people? How is this cheated? A life for a life. If you die, you can only blame your own incompetence. What do you mean by blaming the enemy? Since they are the enemy, can you blame them? As for the final battle here, who agreed with you? Do you think that the final battle on the battlefield is a Jianghu duel? Ridiculous. Diwu Qingru said angrily, everyone, get to your positions. What are you shouting for? All of you are impudent. This explosion is just the prelude to the final battle. This is just the beginning. During this period of time, Diwu Qingru's authority had been increasing day by day. The supreme martial artists were all silent out of fear. No one dared to refute him. Xiao Qinyu sighed and said, Commander-in-Chief Diwu is right. All of you have been too successful these years. Once there is a setback, you become like this, it will be difficult for you to achieve great things. However, Xiao Chunyu's words set the tone right away. They firmly supported Diwu Qingru. Chapter 15:15. Even Xiao Qinyu couldn't help but feel a lingering fear from the explosion just now. With such a scale of self-destruction, even if he, a peak-level supreme martial artist, was inside, he would probably be turned into a pile of minced meat. There might not even be a chance of survival. A wise man could kill a strong man. Therefore, Diwu Qingru had to fight with all his might here as well. If there were any obstacles in this battle, even if they could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Huge losses would be unavoidable, because the other party would definitely grab hold of any opportunity that could be used. Therefore, at this moment, he immediately expressed his stance and gave Diwu Qingru his full support. Indeed, after he said this, everyone looked at Diwu Qingru in a different light. Diwu Qingru took a deep breath and said, immediately reorganize the army and pursue at full speed. If I'm not wrong, the real battleground is 1,000 miles ahead of us, in the boundless mountains. Everyone agreed in unison and went to reorganize the army. After a long while, there were still sporadic avalanches here and there, but everyone on their side had already climbed out. They stood neatly and moved forward. However, everyone's expressions were obviously not as relaxed as before the explosion. If Emotianji could cause such an accident once, if he could cause a second accident, would it be my turn? Under Emotianji's command, the Li clan's troops quickly retreated into the mountains with complicated terrain. Wu Jueqing sighed a little. He never expected that Emotianji chose that place as his base with great fanfare. Other than taking advantage of the situation, he didn't achieve anything at all. In the end, it was just a feint. At this point, this battle has finally entered the right path. Chu Yang stood at the top of the mountain and sighed. Entering the right path is also approaching the end. The Li clan is one step closer to destruction. Mo Qingwu said. Although the Li clan had taken advantage of the situation just now, second brother probably doesn't feel too good about it. The battle was simply too tragic. So many brave men were reduced to ashes in just one night. Chu Yang silently pulled her into his arms and softly said, "Little Wu, you're wrong. Those 8,000 people died for a reason. The results of the battle that they brought had already far exceeded their value. They should be thanking Imo Tianji for being able to die so heroically. That's because their names will certainly go down in history, and their names will be passed down for eternity." Imo Layer said, "Yes, from the way things are going, no matter what, they have to die. If they don't die heroically, they will only be slaughtered by the enemy like pigs and dogs." He died without any dignity or value. Now, it can be said that his death was worth it, and his death was glorious. Wu Jueqing replied, "Yes. Since I'm destined to be able to die with honor is the greatest consolation for a man. Moreover, it can also reduce the enemy's morale." Dong Wushang had been silent all this while. At this moment, he opened his mouth and said indifferently, "Well said, well said." Wu Jueqing abruptly rolled his eyes. This little thing really doesn't know how to respect the elders. The tone of this sentence was like an elder praising a junior. How ridiculous. When I have the chance, I will definitely take good care of you and let you know why flowers are so red. It's about time. It's time for our side to make a move. Chu Yang chuckled softly. His sharp eyebrows suddenly rose slowly, and his eyes flashed with an inexplicable, strange look. "Boss, you're not going to reveal yourself in this battle, are you?" Dong Wushang could feel the aura on Chu Yang's body rising steadily. His eyes couldn't help but light up as he asked. Everyone turned to look at Chu Yang. The Tian clan really didn't think about this aspect. They didn't expect Dong Wushang, who was famous for being simple-minded, to be the first to raise this question. Now that they revealed themselves, their brothers were all at the level of second-grade supreme martial artists. If compared to the previous tribulations, they were indeed unprecedentedly strong. However, compared to the current high-end combat power of the continent, they weren't that outstanding. It could even be said that there were many dangers, and the danger was dozens of times higher. It was tantamount to placing oneself at the heart of the storm. The risk was too great. This was a major decision, and also a very dangerous one. Chu Yang grinned and said, "Wu Shang is right. I have the same idea. This sort of calamity hasn't appeared in the open on this continent for tens of thousands of years. I want this number one divine weapon in the world to shine with its true brilliance today." Wu Jueqing was taken aback. He said, "Chu Yang, I think it's better for you to consider this decision a little more before you make it. Revealing yourself now will only bring you harm but hardly any benefit. This is really not the right time." Wu Jueqing's words were definitely not alarmist. One must know that the Li clan was about to be destroyed, and the Lan clan was already finished. The power structure of the upper three heavens was bound to be redrawn. Because of the clash of interests, it was bound to cause conflict between the original powers. Chu Yang's faction should be waiting at ease for the exhausted, looking for opportunities to sow discord from both sides. When all the major powers were fighting, they could then sit back and reap the benefits. The tribulation this time was different from the previous tribulation swordmasters, because, without the support of the law enforcers, they had the addition of the law enforcers, their greatest enemy. Revealing himself now would instead cause the big clans to reunite. After all, the tribulation swordmaster was the biggest enemy of the big clans, their common enemy. Imo Lei and Imo Qingwu were also a little worried. Although they also believed in Chu Yang's ability, the difference in strength between them and the enemy was too great. The Li clan was an excellent example. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how ingenious the plan was or how unshakable the will was, it was impossible to deal with it. Only the fist was the absolute truth. To be honest, I didn't want to reveal myself so early either. Chu Yang smiled and said, "My original plan was to reveal my identity when all of my brothers reached the level of second-grade supreme martial artist. That way, I could intimidate and dominate the world. But now, I can't hide any longer. Time is not on my side." Wu Jueqing's heart skipped a beat. He understood and said, Is it because of that black aura? The extraterrestrial demon? Chu Yang nodded solemnly and said, "No, it's because of the extraterrestrial demons. Their traces have appeared in the heavens. I have no other choice. If I continue to hide and secretly increase the strength of my side, then this continent will definitely fall into disputes and internal strife until the end. If I completely ignore it, when we finally unify the heavens, the number of experts who will be able to survive in the end will probably not exceed the current number of 11. If there wasn't this hidden danger of the extraterrestrial demons, I wouldn't care how many people would die. But now, the extraterrestrial demons have already been confirmed. I don't know why or why they have come down, whether it's voluntary or forced, or whether it's a coincidence, but the fact is that the extraterrestrial demons already exist in this world. And with our current strength, we can't match them at all. The extraterrestrial demons are the common enemy of all of us. This cannot be denied, and no one can deny it. If when the strong enemy arrives, everyone still can't unite against the outside world, I'm afraid, before our brother Jia unifies the heavens, this world would have already become a base for the extraterrestrial demons. Wu Jueqing frowned and said, "This may be a little overthinking. That aura that came down that day may not necessarily be the real body of the extraterrestrial demon, right?" Chu Yang shook his head and said solemnly, "Elder Wu, aren't you deceiving yourself? The Dharma Supreme has the aura of the extraterrestrial demon. Even if the Dharma Supreme's cultivation isn't the best in the world today, he can at least be in the top 5, right? But how strong is the aura of the extraterrestrial demon on him? It's completely incomparable, not to mention Yi Zue of the Yi clan. And the aura that came down that day almost covered the entire world. How powerful is that? If such an aura is only a fragment of the extraterrestrial demon, or some weapon that broke through time and space and came here, I definitely won't believe it. Therefore, the extraterrestrial demons must have come. This is no longer something we can deny. If we don't handle it well, the entire heavens continent, be it the upper 3 heavens, the lower 3 heavens, or the upper 3 heavens, will definitely be poisoned. I, Chu Yang, may not be a benevolent person with lofty ideals, but there are too many kind and innocent people in this world. Even if we can protect ourselves, how can we bear to see everyone in the world become food for the extraterrestrial demons?" Chu Yang smiled warmly. "Besides, there are still our families and many people we care about. But as long as the Tribulation Sword Master appears, then a core will naturally be formed. When that time comes, if the great clans can make the decision to fight the extraterrestrial demons, then I don't necessarily have to exterminate all the great clans. The fate of the great clans can be destroyed by the Tribulation Sword Master, but it can also be rewritten by him. That's it." "Difficult." Wu Jueqing shook his head vigorously. "I can only describe this idea of yours as whimsical. The great clans regard the fate of tribulation very highly. Back then, my brothers and I also encountered such a situation. At that time, we didn't want to kill too much. But the great clans definitely won't let you off just because you're soft-hearted. All kinds of schemes, all kinds of despicable means are endless. I'm only asking you, if you really expose yourself and they still want to deal with you, what will you do? When that time comes, what will you do?" Wu Jueqing asked. "The main reason I exposed myself is to deal with the extraterrestrial demons. This part must be made clear. If they still treat me as the number 1 enemy after I explain the danger, then I will kill them all and completely exterminate the 2 clan. I won't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Those who still want to fight among themselves at such a time, what's the pity in killing them?" Chu Yang smiled lightly. "Besides, the great clans aren't the only martial artists in this world. There are countless people outside the great clans, and these people are also a force that cannot be ignored." Chapter 15-16. "It's my duty to do so." Chu Yang chuckled and said, "Of course, if we still can't turn the tide in the end, what's wrong with perishing together with this continent? That's what I deserve. I'm the Tribulation Sword Master. This is also my responsibility. How can I back down?" Mo Qingwu's face was flushed. She looked at Chu Yang, her eyes full of love. Mo Qingwu, who had never felt that the words Tribulation Sword Master were adorable and respectable in her previous life, finally understood something today. At this moment of enlightenment, some of the grudges that still existed in her heart suddenly dissipated like a cool breeze, without a trace or shadow. Emole also held her breath. Dong Wushang jumped up and laughed. That's right, this is my boss. What's the big deal about death? As a man, I naturally have to do what I'm supposed to do. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Part 7 Chapter 8:13. 3 Light Formation. If you don't do it because of this or that, then you are a coward. I, Dong Wushang, will of course accompany boss and fight until the world turns upside down. Wu Jueqing took a deep breath. Respect flashed across his eyes. He said, since that's the case, I'm not someone who's afraid of trouble. I can also fight a battle with the extraterrestrial demons in the Heavens continent. It'll be the first battle where I meet my brother again. Chu Yang laughed and said, there's no need to be too pessimistic. Maybe things aren't as serious as we think. Once the pros and cons are clear, several big clans will immediately change sides and work together to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. It's not impossible. In that case, after the extraterrestrial demons are killed, the order of the heavens will be re-established. Destroying the Dharma Supreme and taking over the law enforcement officers will be even more natural. Won't that be great? Everyone laughed bitterly. Everyone knew that Chu Yang was just pretending to be relaxed when he said this. He definitely didn't think so in his heart. If everything in the world was so simple, and everyone was so clear about love and hate, with the interests of the common people as the main premise, then where would there be injustice? That kind of world was too cute, too fascinating for him to imagine. Wu Jueqing was silent for a moment. Then, he said, extraterrestrial demons, extraterrestrial demons. His eyes suddenly shone brightly as he muttered, send my brother to battle the extraterrestrial demons in the outer realm. Protect my brother to become an immortal golden body. Extraterrestrial demon. It's all because of the Sky Fiend. He thought of his big brother's sacrifice and the tragic deaths of the past masters of Calamity Sword. Then, he thought of Chu Yang's choice. He couldn't help but murmur, Calamity Sword Master against the heavenly demon. The people from the Li clan retreated into the mountains like the tide. He kept retreating, under Mo Tianji's command. Countless purple lights suddenly flashed. The entire sky seemed to be illuminated by these rising purple lights. Streaks of energy appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, the entire area was filled with mist. More than half of the Li clan's 10,000 years' worth of purple crystals were scattered here by Mo Tianji. Whether or not it was a waste was another matter. In any case, the effect was Ao Xian's name. This whole thing was a mess. The Alliance army that was about to give chase was also dazzled by this matter. Fearing that the enemy had some kind of scheme, they uniformly slowed down their speed. In front of them, streaks of purple light shot into the sky. Then, they quickly disappeared and merged into the mountains that had stood tall for hundreds of thousands of years. The power of the previous explosion was shocking. The Alliance army suffered heavy losses, but because the explosion point was too close, the other areas were naturally much less affected. Even so, the area within a radius of a few thousand miles was still affected by the tremors. The area where the purple lights flashed was relatively far from the explosion point. Although much of the snow on the mountains was still shaken off, some of the relatively shallow ravines were completely flattened. Coupled with the thousands of years of accumulated snow, it was really unknown how deep the ravines were, however. Although the mountain itself was affected by the tremors, there was no danger of it collapsing. The purpose of these streaks of purple light was unknown. Purely looking at it, it seemed to be used to stabilize the mountain. The moment the purple light entered the mountain, not a single speck of dust fell off the mountain. It stood tall and upright. Could it be that the power of so many purple crystals was used just to stabilize the mountain? Wasn't this too extravagant? This was simply an act of squandering. After the Li clan's men entered the mountains, they collectively disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Diwu Qingrou's men came after them. They were also careful and did not act rashly. After occupying the outermost mountain and setting up camp at the top of the mountain, Diwu Qingru passed down an order for the entire team to stop moving forward and not act rashly. In some places ahead, there were still streaks of purple light rising continuously, rushing up and disappearing. Diwu Qingru looked ahead, his face full of heaviness. This is really too extravagant. Previously, it was 100 million purple crystals. This time, the other party has scattered at least 1 billion purple crystals. Xiao Qinyu murmured. Could it be another array formation? Do they want to perish together with us? If that's really the case, I'm afraid the power is even greater than the previous one. The previous explosion was unprecedentedly powerful. Even this peak-level supreme martial artist was terrified. Now that he saw the purple crystals that were far more powerful than before, it was not surprising that he was a little nervous. 1 billion purple crystals, even any of the 8 super clans could not come up with this amount. Unless they worked together to clear the warehouse, they could only barely come up with it. If this number was purely calculated, it would be enough to pile up 100 mid-level supreme martial artists. But he did not know what psychology the Li clan had to accumulate so many purple crystals. In a battle between wise men of the same level, the same trick will not work twice. I understand this principle, and I believe Emo Tianji understands it too. Diwu Qingru said, the purpose of these purple crystals is indeed to set up an array, but not to perish together. Instead, it's to stabilize the terrain so that not a single blade of grass, tree, mountain, or rock can be easily shaken. After this formation is completed, even a mid-grade supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to move a single rock on this mountain with his full strength. What? You mean? Yi Xiaoyao was confused, spending 1 billion purple crystals just to stabilize the structure of the mountains and not destroy it? What is this, isn't this? Yi Xiaoyao did not finish his words, but everyone understood the latter half of his sentence. This was simply the act of a super prodigal. More than 1 billion purple crystals were thrown away just like that. The only purpose was to prevent the mountains from being destroyed. This was simply a way of doing things that made people speechless. If they were thrown into the water, they could still make a sound. What could they do here? Seniors, if you think this way, you are very wrong. Deep fear appeared in Diwu Qingru's eyes. I mentioned before that this is the main battlefield that Emo Tianji chose. It is also the final battlefield between the enemy and us. Here, mountains are connected. Mountains cover mountains. The terrain is extremely complicated. It is precisely such a special geographical environment that made Emo Tianji choose this place. And the scattering of these purple crystals also proves this point. The Li clan has lived in the northwest for many years. This is their most fundamental base camp. I believe that even if the Li clan were to walk with their eyes closed, they would not make a mistake in this mountain range. But we are new here, so we know nothing about this terrain. There are 3 key elements in a decisive battle. The enemy and us have the advantage. If the Li clan wants to fight against us, the only thing they can rely on is the geographical advantage. To be honest, in my original plan, at the beginning of the battle, I would gather the strongest experts on our side and work together to destroy the terrain here so that the enemy would no longer be familiar with it. But with Emo Tianji's generosity, these more than 1 billion purple crystals, he completely grasped the geographical advantage in one fell swoop. With this geographical advantage, they can make full use of it. With their weak forces against our strong forces, they can cause damage that is several times more than ours. Although we still have the advantage in this battle, it is already impossible for us to turn our advantage into victory in a short time and easily defeat the Li clan. This is the power of more than 1 billion purple crystals. Diwu Qingru sighed deeply. The ability of a supreme martial artist could move mountains and fill seas. They could also shatter the void. This ability could bring about infinite changes in the established pattern of war. Diwu Qingru indeed intended to send high-level supreme martial artists to wantonly destroy the terrain that the other party relied on the moment they arrived here. As long as 2 supreme martial artists casually fought, each swinging a huge mountain and bombarding it for a while, most of the terrain here would be destroyed. The Li clan, which did not have the geographical advantage, could only choose to fight head-on. In that case, not only would there be no more suspense in this battle, it would also end in a very short time. But what he did not expect was that Mo Tianji had also thought of this step and could even devise such a powerful contingency plan, using more than 1 billion purple crystals to preserve the geographical advantage. Such generosity could no longer be described as simply astonishing. Even if Diwu Qingro were to ask himself, he would not be able to do such a thing. Because even if the 8 super clans and the law enforcement officers joined forces, they would definitely not take out so many purple crystals for him to squander. To use the wealth that could nurture 100 supreme martial artists to fight a battle, or even just to lay the foundation for this battle, this would have been unimaginable in anyone's eyes. However, Mo Tianji had done it without the slightest bit of forewarning. This was truly a great generosity. Diwu Qingrou's face was as calm as ever, as if he had a card up his sleeve. But in his heart, there were many worries. Since Mo Tianji had made such a decision to cut off all means of retreat, that meant that he had 100% confidence in using the geographical advantage to win the battle. He had actually fallen into a passive position again. In the same battle, he had actually been schemed against twice by the enemy and had no way to counterattack at all. Such a feeling made Diwu Qingru feel unusually oppressed. It was as if whatever he wanted to do, the other party had already foreseen it one step ahead of him. This could not go on. If he just let the other party make the moves while he reacts passively, even if he could win this battle, he would have an inner demon. He had to think of a way to counterattack. But where should he counterattack? Looking at the rising purple light in front of him, Diwu Qingru frowned and pondered. What kind of battle formation is this? Why is the effect so amazing? It directly draws on the power of heaven and earth and blends it into the battle formation. It's really frightening. Xiao Qinyu asked. Everyone had the same question in their hearts. This is the Three Lights Great Formation. Chapter 15-17. Diwu Qingru looked at the sky and sighed. Its full name is Three Lights Cosmic Upside-Down Formation. No wonder. I was still wondering why Li Chuanbo would be so unwise to completely disperse the dark clouds that had been in the sky for hundreds of thousands of years before the battle, even at the expense of his own source of life. So it was to complete this formation. So that's why. Xiao Qinyu had a bad feeling. He had contributed half of Li Chuanbo's effort to disperse the dark clouds. In that case, his act of caring for his brother had actually become the true meaning of helping the enemy? Wasn't he being used by the other party without anyone noticing? And the depletion this time would eventually be turned around to deal with him? The moment he thought of this, Xiao Qinyu almost vomited blood. He had shot himself in the foot. If such a thing really happened to him, a mid-level supreme martial artist, then it would be a joke. This Shao clan ancestor almost gritted his teeth as he asked, "What do you mean?" The so-called Three Lights Universe Reversing Great Formation uses the power of the sun, moon, and stars to transform it into surging spiritual energy that enters the Great Formation. This makes it so that the place where the Great Formation is located will not move at all for 10,000 years. Of course, as this is the northwest where the sun, moon, and stars can't be seen all year round, the method of using manpower to disperse the dark clouds in the sky definitely won't last long. I believe that not long after, the dark clouds will definitely cover the northwest once again, and the power of the three lights will be cut off. This formation can only be maintained for another 3 years at most before it will be destroyed. Diwu Qingru sighed. But the result of this formation participating in this battle is already irreversible. I believe that if both parties are willing to fight, everything can be decided within a few days, definitely not 3 years. Then, that day Xiao Qinyu was dumbfounded. Oh, Elder's idea has already come true. Previously, Li Chuanbo's method of using up his life energy could only achieve half of the effect at most. If he were to set up the formation, I believe that the amount of purple crystals used wouldn't exceed 500 million, and the area covered by the formation would definitely be reduced sharply. If that was the case, we might still have a chance. But Elder Xiao, once you interfered in consideration of our old friendship, the blue sky became clear. The power of the three lights of the sun, moon, and stars shone down without reservation. It can be considered as completely helping the enemy. Diwu Qingru sighed and said, Now that the formation has been completed, it's futile to say anything else. And just as Diwu Qingru was explaining to the Alliance army, the purple crystals on the ground no longer shone. Then, the sky seemed to respond to something, and a blazing white light fell from the blazing sun in the sky. The son of the of purple cheese of the sun son of the sun son of sun. Instantly, an abnormally hot aura burst. That enormous heat was hot enough to melt gold and stone. Diwu Qingru and the others were standing far away, but they could still feel that kind of heat that could burn pig iron. However, even the snow on the ground did not show any signs of melting under the blazing white sun. Then, from the opposite direction, an extremely cold white light slowly descended and intertwined with the blazing white light. It was the Qinghua moonlight. It was as if two gods with unparalleled power were fighting in the sky, one man and one sword fiercely clashing against each other. In another moment, the sky was filled with spots of light again. Countless spots of light quickly filled the entire sky in the distance. Countless rays of cold starlight, like stars in a chessboard, gradually fell down densely and landed on the ground. The cold starlight was as thin as hair, but there were billions, tens of billions of rays. They had already covered the entire ground, not letting go of a single blade of grass, tree, stone, snow, ice or dust. A soundless feeling of rupture suddenly arose. Then, the three lights disappeared completely in a trance. An 8th grade supreme martial artist didn't believe it and tried to pick up a fist-sized stone beside his feet. However, this 8th grade supreme martial artist used all his strength and still couldn't pick up the stone. Everyone woke up from their daze and went to do the experiment personally, but the result was the same. The only thing that could be picked up was the snow on the ground. However, the stones attached to the ground couldn't even be picked up, the finger-sized ones. Everything became one with the everlasting heaven and earth. This was the true meaning of being impregnable. Seeing all this happening right before his eyes, and thinking of what Diwu Qingru had said just now, Xiao Qinyu's old face turned purple at once. Under the combination of shame and anger, a strong feeling of being unable to show one's face rose. He panted heavily and his eyes turned red. I, Xiao Qinyu, actually used all my strength to help the enemy during the final battle? To deal with me and the team that I lead? This is the biggest joke in the world. Elder Xiao, please calm down. I think this is probably Mo Tianji's scheme and may not necessarily have anything to do with Li Chuanbua. I even suspect that Li Chuanbua may not even know that he, too, had been set up by Mo Tianji that night. Diwu Qingru said indifferently. Mo Tianji asked people to prepare a sufficient amount of purple crystals right from the start. Obviously, he had thought of this long ago. He even knew beforehand that at that time, Elder Xiao would definitely think that Elder Li's intentions were just to motivate the clansmen. And with Elder Xiao and Elder Li's 10,000 years of brotherhood, when Elder Li was in such despair, even willing to sacrifice his own life to fight under the sky, he would definitely help. So, he deliberately planned all of this. Diwu Qingru sighed and said, Mo Tianji's ability to calculate people's thoughts is really terrifying. Everything is within Mo Tianji's calculations, including the possible reactions on our side. This Mo Tianji really lives up to his reputation as the master of calculation and manipulation. He's really amazing. It would have been better if he didn't say anything. Now that he said this, Xiao Qinyu, this old man, was even more ashamed. He was the dignified clan master of the Xiao clan, one of the few experts of the current generation, an old man who had lived for more than 10,000 years. But he was actually completely calculated by the other party and used as a tool. Moreover, this person was only a young boy in his teens or 20s. How could he endure this? Xiao Qinyu's eyes turned red. His clothes started to flutter even though there was no wind. His long hair also stood up. His eyes opened wide as he roared. Mo Tianji, you're a junior. You've gone too far. This old man, and you can't live under the same sky. Elder Xiao, please calm down. Diwu Qingru's eyes flickered as he said, if you think deeper, the enemy may be using this method to make you angry and lose your mind. You're the commander-in-chief of our army. If you let your emotions affect your decisions because of anger, they'll get more opportunities to strike back. In fact, Diwu Qingru didn't care whether the enemy had an opportunity to take advantage of him or not. But Xiao Qinyu was furious at this moment. When a supreme martial artist of this level was angry, it was really hard to estimate how much his battle strength would increase. Moreover, after his anger rose, that last bit of friendship would no longer be a hindrance to Xiao Qinyu. This was what Diwu Qingru wanted to see. Turning passivity into initiative, turning weakness into motivation. This was Diwu Qingru's method. When a wise man was at a disadvantage, he would use the most effective counterattack. Mo Tianji has triggered the celestial phenomenon, and the three lights of the sun, moon, and stars have risen. It looks like the decisive battle is about to officially start. Diwu Qingru took a deep breath, but his expression was unusually calm. So what if I let you have the geographical advantage? I still have manpower. Manpower is the most important thing on the battlefield, especially in an army made up of super strong martial artists who have the ability to move mountains and seas. I'd like to see what other treasures you have that can make up for this fundamental gap. If you can't make up for this gap in real strength, even if you have all kinds of other methods, you won't be able to change the final outcome. From this moment on, let you and I have a real battle. After a while, I can only command from the sky. Diwu Qingru said indifferently, Elder Lan and this senior from the law enforcement team. I'll have to trouble the two of you to help me command from the sky later. Lan Mofeng and the middle-grade supreme martial artist from the law enforcement team agreed at the same time. Faced with such a messy mountain range, even if one stood at the peak of the mountain, it would be difficult to see everything clearly. It was only by standing high up in the sky that one could really see 1,000 miles. Prepare for battle. Diwu Qingru ordered softly. These two words were filled with the most bloody taste. Everyone's heart trembled. Was it finally going to start? On the opposite side, Xiao Qinyu would never have thought that his righteous help back then would actually bring his own team into a predicament where they couldn't advance or retreat. Li Xiangxi laughed loudly, very pleased. Xiao Qinyu's expression must be very good now. It's a pity that we can't see it. If only we could see it, then it would be perfect. Li Chuanbo frowned. What did you say? How impudent. Li Xiangxi shrank back. Yes, it's second Uncle Xiao. Li Xiangxi's age was actually already more than 10,000 years old, but he still feared his father's reprimand from the bottom of his heart. It was a kind of fear that originated from a father's nature. After all, there were very few people in this world who weren't afraid of aging. Li Chuanbo said indifferently, no matter how hostile we are, the order of seniority must not be abolished. In today's situation, you can kill your second uncle with your own hands, or your second uncle will kill you with his own hands. This is understandable. On the battlefield, there's no such thing as kinship. But no matter what, you can't spout nonsense in terms of words and attitude. Is your second uncle's name something that you can call him directly to his face? Yes, father's reprimand is right. I'll remember it. Li Xiangxi was sweating profusely. Li Chuanbo snorted. All these years, I've been in seclusion all year round, and the entire clan has been managed by you. Now that things have come to this, you still have the cheek to mock others? Don't you feel embarrassed? Li Xiangxi's face was ashen, and he kept silent. Chapter 1520. There was only one thing that was certain. Diwu Qingru sent out these two teams, mainly to test the waters. However, Mo Tianji sent out these two teams with a premeditated plan. Diwu Qingru watched the two teams enter the battle zone from high up in the sky. His face was calm, and his mind entered an extremely detached state. No matter what the other party did, he could react immediately. This time, I won't give Mo Tianji the slightest chance to pull any tricks. From where he was, he could also see the traces of the Li clan team entering the battle zone. Both teams were moving forward at an extremely fast speed. They set off towards the place of life and death without hesitation. Although the distance was far, the people fighting on both sides were all experts of the world. Their speed was more than 1,000 times faster than ordinary people. The distance between the two sides was actually only 500 miles. The distance of a few hundred miles was about to collide with each other in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. However, Diwu Qingru firmly believed that Mo Tianji would not let the two sides fight openly. A head-on collision was equivalent to courting death. It was not something a wise man would do. What would this wise man do next? Diwu Qingro was not Imo Tianji. Naturally, he did not know what Imo Tianji would do. Therefore, he chose to wait. Wait for Imo Tianji's change. He would deal with it by remaining unchanged. In midair, Imo Tianji suddenly let out a long howl. Diwu Qingro looked over. The Li clan team had already entered a canyon where they were about to come into contact with the enemy. This canyon was quite long. Moreover, it faced the mountain peak on the Alliance's side. It was like a natural barrier. It actually completely blocked Diwu Qingro's line of sight. At this moment, the Alliance's team was only a few hundred feet away from the other side of the mountain peak. Diwu Qingro made a prompt decision and ordered, "Stop." The Alliance's men stopped in their tracks. Each of them quickly found rocks to cover themselves. These rocks that could be shattered with one slap were now a solid barrier that no one could destroy. This was also the main reason why Diwu Qingro was not worried that the terrain would give the enemy an advantage. You, Imo Tianji, created the terrain. We can also make use of it. You are not the only ones who will benefit. If low-level and high-level martial artists were to hold the same shield, the ones who would benefit the most would still be the high-level martial artists. It was as Diwu Qingru had expected. After the Li clan's men entered the canyon, they disappeared without a trace. It was as if a drop of water had melted into the sea, completely silent. Commander-in-Chief Diwu is indeed a master strategist. The other party has indeed stopped at that position. Lan Mofeng was sincerely convinced. Strategizing could determine the outcome of a battle from 1,000 miles away. This is not something that is hard to predict. Among all the mountains between the two sides, only that mountain ridge is the highest. Moreover, there are no openings to the left and right. Most importantly, that is the only place that can block my line of sight. No matter how high we are, we will not be able to see the situation clearly due to the distance. If we are any lower, we will not even be able to see our side clearly. Diwu Qingro insipidly said, therefore, that mountain ridge is the watershed. Imo Tianji did not hesitate to spend more than 1 billion purple crystals to activate the power of the 3 lights of the sun, moon, and stars to maintain the terrain. This was so that this command would not be wasted. Therefore, that mountain ridge is extremely heavy. Pass down the order. If the other party does not move, we will not move either. Imo Tianji hopes that we will take the initiative to attack, cross this mountain ridge, and fall into their trap and be at his mercy. But how can I do as he wishes? The order was passed down. In an instant, the battlefield was plunged into dead silence. There was not even a shadow on this side. No one knew where the Li clan's men had hidden themselves. On the other side, the experts of the allied forces were all holed up in the snow, not moving at all behind the rocks. It seemed like they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Imo Tianji smiled slightly and actually landed back very straightforwardly. He landed on the top of the mountain to rest. Almost at the same time that he moved, Diwu Qingru also landed back. The two of them let out a long laugh, having a tacit understanding. In this battle, firstly, it was to see who could not keep their cool first. Secondly, it was time to start another scheme. Diwu Qingru would definitely not continue to wait so foolishly, and neither would Imo Tianji. However, in the instant that the two of them landed, another 2 teams from the allied forces took advantage of the brief moment when Imo Tianji was not in the air to quietly rush past from the left and right. On the vast snowy plains, the 2 teams of martial artists in white robes. They were like 2 snow dragons rushing past at high speed. This move was Diwu Qingru's probing move. No matter what choice Imo Tianji made, with this move as the foundation, he could attack or retreat. If Imo Tianji did not make a move, the second batch of people would join the first batch of people and launch a large-scale attack. They would definitely be able to destroy the first batch of people from the Li clan easily. If Imo Tianji had already planned and sent people to assist, the second batch of people could also help defend the first batch of people. At least, it would ensure that they would not be wiped out in one fell swoop. However, how could Imo Tianji not think of what Diwu Qingru thought of? In fact, he would even think of things that Diwu Qingru would not think of. At the same time, from the Li clan side, two teams of people also attacked from both sides. The direction of their advance was actually the opposite direction of the two opposing teams. They set off almost at the same time, and their speed was also about the same. The current situation was very delicate. If the second batch of people from the Allied forces went around first, then the first two teams from the Li clan would be trapped in a terrible situation of being attacked from all sides. At that time, no matter how powerful the ambush was, Diwu Qingru would choose to launch a direct attack. Once the opportunity was gone, they could only take it down first. If the four teams happened to meet, then what awaited the Li clan would still be a one-sided situation because of the difference in strength between the two sides. At this moment, Diwu Qingru and Mo Tianji's expressions were especially solemn. The official start of the decisive battle. The first confrontation had begun. After confirming that the second batch of people was halfway through their journey, Diwu Qingru waved his hand and two more teams silently surrounded them. The third batch of people started to move. They formed a pincer attack. On the Li clan side, Mo Tianji did not make any move this time. Only the four teams at the very beginning remained motionless like a mountain. The rest of the teams were extremely calm. Mo Tianji rose up again and floated in midair with Chu Lu still standing at his original position. This time, he held a few incomplete versions of heavy pills in his hand. It looked like he did not plan to continue until the battle was over. Today could be said to be Mo Tianji's day of extravagance. He spent so much money that he even had to use incomplete versions of heavy pills to recover his cultivation. What kind of wasteful behavior was this? The previous 100 million purple crystals, more than 1 billion purple crystals, and the vast 3 lights were ultimately just external resources. However, those incomplete versions of heavy pills were directly life-saving elixirs that could save almost any kind of injury. More than 1 billion purple crystals were enough to create 100 low-grade supreme martial artists. That was just a statistical statement. The actual situation might not be so. However, the incomplete version of the heavy pill was a super elixir that could truly save a low-grade supreme martial artist from dying injuries. Today, this elixir was used to restore Mo Tianji's depleted cultivation so that he could stay afloat for a long period of time. This could no longer be described as extravagant. On the opposite side, Diwu Qingru also rose into the air at almost the same time. If one did not know better, they would definitely think that the two of them had discussed this beforehand. Just as Mo Tianji rose into the air, a sudden change occurred. Just like that, the two groups of people from the Li clan disappeared into the vast snowfield in an extremely neat and abrupt manner. Just like the previous two groups of people, they disappeared without a trace. The people from the Li clan on the mountaintop also disappeared without a trace in an instant. They had completely disappeared. They had completely disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had really discussed this beforehand. On the other side, under Diwu Qingru's instructions, the four teams that had been sent out later also disappeared. The only traces that could be found were those of the previous two teams. They were still quietly lying on the surface of the snow. Those white robes lying on the snow were no easier to find than disappearing. The other four teams all silently dived into the snow. There was no such thing as disappearing without a trace in this world. It was just that the key to the so-called disappearing had not been seen through. The so-called disappearing of the two teams was nothing more than diving into the snow. The 3 lights great formation could indeed fix the rocks and plants in place, and even turn them into substances that even peerless experts could not move. However, it could not fix the snow. The 4 teams, totaling more than 3,000 people, disappeared neatly under the snow. Obviously, they were preparing an ambush. The original snow on this terrain was already thousands of feet deep. After the earthquake and avalanche, it was even thicker. More than 3,000 people passed through the snow without any difficulty. Just looking at the surface of the snow, there was really no movement at all. Diwu Qingru watched quietly. The people on Mo Tianji's side had disappeared. They must have also hidden in the snow. Mo Tianji's arrangement should be just like that. But now, his own people had also gone down. The Li clan is known as the Icy Snow Clan and is naturally very familiar with hiding and fighting in the snow. However, the people on our side are not incompetent either. Most importantly, Whether it is in terms of numbers or cultivation, our side is far superior. Even if we fight under the snow and are unfamiliar with the battle environment, we can still rely on our great strength to forcefully crush them. It is definitely foolproof. However, Diwu Qingru immediately discovered something strange. Although the opposite side still had the same arrangement and the flag was still erected, it seemed like something was missing. What exactly is missing? Diwu Qingru looked over. Because the distance was really too far, the flag on the opposite side was already as small as the eye of a needle. He couldn't help but ponder. However, he couldn't figure it out. Chapter 1521. Upon hearing that, Lan Mofeng also focused his vision and looked over. Similarly, he didn't find anything. He said doubtfully, "Nothing is missing." "Commander Diwu, what exactly are you looking for?" Diwu Qingru didn't answer. He focused on observing and sensing with his heart. After a while, he finally smiled. "So that's how it is. It actually lacks some human presence. Humans can be emboldened and also intimidating. I didn't find anything at all. However, the enemy's base camp has clearly become an empty city. Where are they? Where exactly did they go? If they weren't under the snow, could they have flown? Even if they really flew collectively, there should be a shadow, right? Also, did the first two teams that Emo Tianji sent out just give up like that?" Previously, Diwu Qingru had set up on the ground. Although he had sent out 4 teams and reckoned that the enemy would definitely have corresponding arrangements, he didn't see it with his own eyes after all. Now that he saw such a strange situation, his first guess was, did the enemy retreat in full? If all of them had retreated, then it was indeed impossible to send anyone else. Therefore, he thought it was those 2 teams. However, Diwu Qingru didn't let his guard down just because of that. He ordered, "All troops on guard. Don't act rashly. Emo Tianji spending billions of purple crystals is definitely not just a feint. If we miss out on today's terrain and opportunity, even if Emo Tianji wants to fight another battle and set up such a formation again in the future, he won't have such an opportunity anymore. This place must be the main battlefield without a doubt. Since Emo Tianji wants to compete with us in terms of patience, then let's compete. Let's see who loses their cool first." Diwu Qingru's eyes shone brightly. "Tell Elder Xiao that I'm asking him not to act rashly." The Alliance army didn't move, and the entire Li clan was missing. The so-called final battle actually ended abruptly and didn't really start all this while. It was obvious that both sides were competing in terms of patience. Whoever lost their cool first would be at a disadvantage. Diwu Qingru waved his hand, and Lan Mofeng instantly gave the order. The 2 teams that were originally crouching in the snow quickly floated up to the top of the mountain like white smoke. They looked down at the canyon from above, paying attention to any sign of movement. Everyone unsheathed their weapons, as if they were facing a great enemy. Not to say that they were jittery, but it was more or less the same. However, even when they occupied the commanding heights of the mountain top, the fear of being attacked didn't happen at all. They actually managed to occupy this crucial vantage point without any risk. Below, it was still a vast expanse of flatland without any movement. However, everyone knew that their own team of more than 3,000 people was below the layer of snow. And the other side's troops were also hiding in the same layer of snow. However, why wasn't there any movement from this layer of snow that was neither too big nor too small? He believed that any random person would be able to flip this entire place over, right? Emo Tianji stood high up in the sky and looked down with a smile. He looked very confident. Chu Lu was a little confused. "Big brother Emo, I really don't understand what you're up to this time." Emo Tianji chuckled. I can't say. Humph. Who cares?" Chu Lu turned her head and pouted. Emo Tianji's heart softened. He said telepathically, "Actually, if you think about it carefully, you'll understand why. Everyone can change their tricks. It's just that each trick is ingenious and different." Chu Lu frowned and thought hard. She thought about all the causes and effects but still came up with nothing. She could only look at Emo Tianji with dissatisfaction, obviously waiting for him to explain. Emo Tianji smiled bitterly. He wanted to help, but couldn't. He couldn't explain at this time. They were really too close to the enemy now. A mid-level supreme martial artist might be able to intercept his telepathic message. Mo Tianji couldn't take this risk. Even though Wu Jueqing's move made Mo Tianji not worry about his own safety, he could at least keep an eye on you instead of attacking you, right? Apart from his calm expression, Mo Tianji couldn't help but admire him a little. At this moment, he felt the same as Diwu Qingru. He had punched empty air. Diwu Qingru chose to deal with the myriad of changes by remaining unchanged. He completely ignored the various facades that Mo Tianji had put up. From beginning to end, he bided his time and remained motionless like a mountain. He completely guarded his vital points. This move also gave Mo Tianji an endless headache. Originally, Mo Tianji's plan was that if Diwu Qingru fell for it and directly sent people over, then he could make use of his best moves to withdraw his people and exchange places with the enemy. The place that Mo Tianji had set up as the center of the battle here, the place where he could unleash the greatest power, wasn't where he was but where Diwu Qingru was. Think about it. If they set up camp here and then suddenly gave up, how could the enemy not come over to check if they sensed something was wrong? Once they discovered an empty city here, their first reaction would be, the enemy has escaped. Especially under such circumstances, it was absolutely reasonable for the Li clan to make a collective retreat in order to prolong their feeble existence. Then, all their attention would naturally be focused on the deeper areas. The people over there would smoothly move over and occupy the enemy's main camp. This could be said to be a huge strategic advantage. But if they accidentally discovered that the enemy didn't escape at all at this time, but instead slipped over to their side and attacked their base, how could they not turn around and counterattack? But as long as they turned around and counterattacked, they would fall into Mo Tianji's great trap. At that time, Snow's ambush and all kinds of formations would be fully activated. Mo Tianji was very confident that he could make the enemy's 8th-grade supreme martial artists lose their lives in such a trap. But the problem now is, you have planned everything to be comfortable, but the other party is not acting according to your script at all. You hope to make him smarter, but he is as dumb as a pig and doesn't move at all. In terms of chess, it was like Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingru were playing a life and death game. Mo Tianji let Diwu Qingru taste my anger first, then Mo Tianji let Diwu Qingru taste your anger, and then Mo Tianji set up a dragon-slaying trap. As long as Diwu Qingru came over, Mo Tianji's dragon would definitely be slain. But Diwu Qingru didn't react at all. No matter how tempting you are, I have a rule that I won't go over. You can do whatever you want. This move of Diwu Qingru's was really very troublesome. What should he do? Mo Tianji naturally understood that Diwu Qingru was definitely not a pig. He probably did this because he had seen through half of his plan. But the problem was that both of them were at their wits' end. A mistake. In this world, the pros outweigh the cons, or the cons outweigh the pros. There really isn't anything that is completely beneficial. Mo Tianji sighed. All of this, including stabilizing the mountain, shouldn't have happened. But if the mountain wasn't stabilized beforehand, the enemy would have already destroyed this place. Now that the mountain is stabilized, the enemy also smoothly believes that this is the location of the final battle. Instead, it made the enemy suspicious. How can we resolve the current predicament? Mo Tianji frowned. They were in a dilemma now. On the other side, Diwu Qingru also frowned. He thought of the same problem as Mo Tianji. How can we resolve the current predicament? Both sides were in a dilemma now. The other side was facing a huge problem. No one dared to make the first move. And Diwu Qingru knew that Mo Tianji definitely had a backup plan. He could only react to it. Once he took the initiative to attack, he would definitely have to pay a considerable price. So the initiative was mostly in the hands of the enemy. So if Mo Tianji didn't make a move, he wouldn't make the first move. And this was precisely what Mo Tianji was most uncomfortable about. If you don't make a move, how can I proceed to the next step? Both sides are actually in a deadlock. On the mountain in the north, Great Sword Master Chu clicked his tongue in wonder. This is the first time I've seen Mo Tianji in such a dilemma. The more he looked at the situation, the more he wanted to laugh. Mo Qingwu was also frowning. Now both sides are waiting for the other to make the first move. But no one dares to make the first move. Second brother has clearly made some mistakes here. But it doesn't become his mistake. If he didn't do those things, I'm afraid this battle would have already ended. But the current situation is truly unbearable. To be honest, Mo Tianji has already done too well so far. The fundamental reason is that the Li clan is too weak, Wu Jucheng said fairly. Chapter 1522. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, this isn't a reason. If it's difficult, it's difficult. Dong Wushang snorted. Even if it's Mo Tianji facing 800,000 supreme martial artists alone, with such a huge disparity in strength, it's still difficult. Wu Jueqing snorted heavily. He really wanted to slap this guy into a rock. Damn it, even though I know you're telling the truth, isn't this truth a little too ugly? We have to help him break this stalemate. Chu Yang said, if this stalemate continues, Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingru can keep their composure. But I'm afraid, the experts from the Li clan won't be able to keep their composure. If they make a move, it'll be completely ruined. Besides, not far from the north is the Li clan's base camp. Even though the allied forces won't deal with the women and children there before the end of the battle, if someone can't keep their composure and decides to check, it'll also be a huge problem. Our side has this concern, but the allied forces don't. They can continue to drag this out. In this kind of stalemate, no matter which side takes the initiative first, they'll definitely lose, or even die. Mo Layer frowned. I've been thinking about this problem too. But how can we break this awkward stalemate? Chu Yang calmly spat out a word, lore. Given the current situation, both Diwu Qingru and Mo Tianji knew that they were at a stalemate. Mo Tianji wanted to break the stalemate, but so did Diwu Qingru. Neither of them was willing to let the stalemate continue like this. Two exceptionally intelligent people, faced with the same situation, each used their strongest intelligence to plot against the other. The result of racking their brains was actually a stalemate like this. Because at this moment, whoever made the first move would be at a disadvantage. Even though Diwu Qingru had sent out a group of people, it was far from all of them. The allied forces still had a lot of backup forces. On the other side, more than half of them had yet to move. Mo Tianji knew that Diwu Qingru was waiting for him to make a move before making a move. But he didn't know how much strength he was still holding back and how he was preparing to deal with the backup. This was the so-called knowing how it is, but not why it is. Diwu Qingru could launch a head-on attack at any time if Mo Tianji made the first move. And Mo Tianji wouldn't be able to bear the consequences of that. On the other hand, it was the same for Diwu Qingru. Diwu Qingru knew that Mo Tianji had ordered the Li clan members to hide so that he could make the first move. However, he didn't know how Mo Tianji was going to act. If he moved first and the other party launched a full-scale counterattack, then he would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, neither of them could make the first move, nor did they want to make the first move. At a time like this, they could only fall into a stalemate. Also, Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingru were both clear about one thing. If there was no external force to break this stalemate could only continue. It could take a day, 10 days, or even 3 to 5 months. But if this stalemate continued, both of them would be equally anxious. In comparison, Mo Tianji's concerns were greater. The Li clan's foundation was far inferior to the alliance's. If Diwu Qingru gave up on the battle of wits with him, and the alliance was willing to pay a certain amount of losses, they could definitely break through the last line of defense in one go and march into the Li clan's headquarters. Then, it would be completely over. Therefore, both of them were eagerly waiting for an external force to intervene. As long as an external force intervened, this stalemate could be broken. Once the stalemate was broken, there would naturally be endless follow-up. And Chu Yang also saw this aspect and decided to make a move. The two wise men were in a stalemate. Naturally, they needed a third party to change the situation. Lore? Mo Qingwu said worriedly. But how? We don't have many people here. How can we intervene? Haha, right now, I can only use myself as bait to break this delicate stalemate. This is the only way to create an opportunity for Mo Tianji. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Using himself as bait? Entering the battlefield alone? No. How can we do that? Everyone said at the same time. It's really too risky. Even Wu Ju-cheng didn't agree with this. The battle in front of them couldn't be compared to a battle in the secular world. It was a battle formed by countless supreme martial artist experts. Even someone as strong as Wu Ju-cheng might not be able to gain an advantage if he entered alone, let alone Chu Yang. Currently, he was only a second-grade supreme martial artist. If he entered recklessly, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would die. I know that this is a risky move. However, if we continue to drag this out, it will be greatly disadvantageous to Tianji's deployment. Once Diwu Qingru loses his patience and gives up on the battle between the wise men with Tianji, then there will be no turning back the situation, Chu Yang said. Just as Chu Yang was trying his best to persuade everyone and everyone was insistent on dissuading him, a sudden change occurred. There was actually another external force intervening. It was just that no one would have thought that the external force would actually be this person. This external force could be Chu Yang, it could be Tantan, it could even be Wu Ju-cheng. Of course, if Wu Ju-cheng were to intervene at this time, it would seem a little too shameless. However, this person's appearance at this time was really too unexpected. Just as both sides were in a stalemate where they could neither advance nor retreat, a clear and bright laughter suddenly rang out. Then, a green figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star, bringing with it a fresh and refreshing morning breeze. That green figure stood in front of Diwu Qingru's troops just like that. Moreover, he was using a very arrogant, unbridled, and unscrupulous attitude to face them with a golden blade. It was the kind of despicable behavior that you wanted to beat him up 100 times, 1,000 times, even in your dreams. Xiao Qinyu's pupils shrank rapidly. It's you. It's actually you. I haven't gone to look for you yet, and you actually dare to come out on your own. That person laughed wildly. In the air, he was graceful and elegant as if he was good at dancing with his long sleeves. He recited slowly, I am the king of all the lands. If Chu Yang could see it, then Duke Yu, who was also extremely intelligent, could naturally see it as well. Therefore, he simply jumped out on his own. Not to mention the commotion caused by that person's unexpected appearance on the Allied army side. Even Chu Yang's side was extremely shocked. It was actually this fellow who had come, and he came so casually too. Was he casually or mentally ill? This question was a matter of opinion. Chu Yang's face twitched very strangely for a moment. Dong Wushang's face also instantly flattened. Who was Wu Jueqing? He immediately noticed the abnormality. Very interested, he asked, What's wrong? Who is this arrogant fellow? You know him, right? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. I really want to say that I don't know this arrogant fellow. Unfortunately, I can't. Not only do I not know him, Xiao Wu also knows this fellow. His name is Duke Yu. Duke Yu, huh? Wu Jueqing smacked his lips. This fellow's entrance is quite extravagant, Chu Yang said with a twisted face. Extravagant? It is indeed extravagant. You don't know, but every time he appears, he always says these two sentences. When I first heard these two sentences, I really felt that this person was really imposing, really awe-inspiring, really magnanimous. When I heard these two sentences for the second time, I still felt very shocked. When it came to the third time, I felt that it was very normal and didn't feel anything special anymore. Later on, he would say it every time, as if he didn't know what fatigue was. This caused me to become completely numb a long time ago. Until now, every time I hear these two sentences, a layer of goosebumps will rise all over my body. In the ranking of the degree of disgust, he is definitely in the top 3. Chu Yang heaved a huge sigh. Too pretentious. Really. As if he would die if he didn't. Just like now, in front of a force that could crush him to death hundreds of times, he can actually still say those two sentences so impressively. I really have to take my hat off to him. The legendary playing with one's life is nothing more than this. Upon hearing Chu Yang's words, Wu Jueqing looked again at the handsome, elegant, and graceful Duke Yu in midair. He felt rather emotional in his heart. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and shake his head. This fellow indeed deserves a beating. Isn't his level of arrogance even greater than mine? The Allied forces are also goddamn gutless. That little one is already like this and still acting like a coward. Don't let the allied forces really take care of him. That bastard still owes me a fight. Dong Wushang snorted and said, sooner or later, I will definitely beat that little one into a pig's head, and I will beat him up in front of his wife and aunt. Only then can I vent my anger. Everyone stared at each other. They were all rather impressed by this fellow's valiance. You, a mere second-grade supreme martial artist, actually dared to say that you want to beat up another second-grade supreme martial artist. Especially when you are a saber supremacy, but what you said just now was beat up. What kind of props do you use to beat up? It seems like you can only use your fists and legs. Then, where exactly did Dong Wushang get such great confidence from? Also, to be able to make Dong Wushang so depressed, Duke Yu's power was really impressive. Wu Jueqing had also trampled on Dong Wushang many times, but he had never seen this fellow harboring such hatred in his heart. Not to mention the condemnation here, on the other side, Duke Yu's unexpected appearance had already achieved very good results. The allied forces were naturally still very gutsy. Miao Zhendong and his brother were the first to step out. They cursed loudly, "You damned beast! How dare you come here to provoke us? It's time for you to die, you evil creature." Xiao Chunyu, however, stepped out from the crowd. The spiritual monsters of heaven and earth are indeed extraordinary. You actually recovered so quickly from my attack that day. Really impressive. Chapter 1524. Part 7, Chapter 821. A long line, everyone. Don't panic, listen to my command. Diwu Qingru shouted in midair, everyone, listen to my command. Don't panic. Maintain the original formation, head to tail. The strongest person in each team will be the vanguard, and the law enforcement officers will take the lead. Set up the formation. Resist the strong enemy. Delay the enemy. As long as we can delay until Old Xiao and the rest return, victory will still be ours. In an instant, pieces of purple crystals scattered on the ground. No matter what, they were all veterans who had at least hundreds of years of cultivation. They knew that the situation in front of them was very dangerous. If they panicked, it would be no different from courting death. The only thing they could do was to work together to resist the attack and try their best to survive. They quickly calmed down. A dense light circle rose, and an inexplicable energy surged. The formation had already taken shape in the blink of an eye. According to the original strategic arrangement, the Yi clan was supposed to take the lead. But now that Yi Xiaoyao and two other 8th-grade supreme martial artists of the Yi clan who came as reinforcements had gone out to chase after the treasure, they had no choice but to let the law enforcement officers, who were the strongest, take the lead. Diwu Qingru sighed in his heart. What he said just now was just to calm the hearts of the people, so that their formation wouldn't collapse completely. In the face of such a strong force, why would they need to defend? There wasn't even a chance to hope for a fluke. What he was doing now was just to prepare for a rainy day and set up a simple long line formation with both offense and defense. He had done his best. Even if Diwu Qingru was as intelligent as a demon, he was ultimately not a prophet. If he wasn't, who would have thought that such a bizarre thing would happen at the last minute? All the important people had left? Wasn't this bullshit? What the fuck is this? But even so, Diwu Qingru still wouldn't give up just like that. He knew that resistance was futile, but he still had to do his best to face the current battle. Even if there was only a slim chance, he still had to put in a lot of effort. In the end, this battle wasn't a battle between the Li clan and the allied forces, but a battle between himself and Mo Tianji. Diwu Qingru would never give up so easily. Even if all the high-level supreme martial artists of the Li clan were to come in full force, if the remaining people were to act according to his command, they might not necessarily be unable to resist. In fact, as long as they dragged on, they might even have a chance to counterattack. At the same time, Mo Tianji's cold voice came from afar. One of you, attack its head. 4 of you, attack its abdomen. The rest of you, kill its tail. Attack quickly. The high-level supreme martial artist of the Li clan scattered in mid-air. Diwu Qingru acted according to the situation and ordered, blooming abdomen, blooming flowers fill the sky. Boom. The army on the mountaintop simultaneously raised their chi and prepared to attack. When the enemy in the abdomen landed, this force would meet them head-on and deliver a head-on blow. Transform into a long dragon and attack first. Mo Tianji also shouted. No matter what, he had to force all these people down the mountain. Even if he had taken advantage of them, it was still impossible to wipe them all out. It was just a fool's dream. The current highest strategy was to take advantage of the delicate moment when the other side's masters were all out to take advantage of the situation and drive the remaining people down the mountain. This way, he would achieve his expected strategic goal. Boom! Light flashed. The swords and sabers in the hands of Li Xiangxi and the others turned into streaks of sharp light at the same time. Like shocking rainbows, they flew out of their hands with the coldest and most terrifying killing intent. In midair, they were like small suns, emitting the most dazzling light and slashing down on the crowd below. Let go! Diwu Qingro roared. Below, more than 3,000 swords also flew out of their hands at the same time, facing the meteor-like sabers and the terrifying destructive force in midair. If this force landed within the formation of the allied forces would immediately collapse. Even if the formation was destroyed, the people would die too. Now that their individual combat power was far inferior to the opponent, they could only rely on the combined forces of everyone to resist. Boom, boom, boom. The combined efforts of more than 3,000 people collided fiercely with the power of this top expert. The momentum at this moment seemed to be even greater than the explosion of 8,000 people previously. Rumbling sounds of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could still be heard from thousands of miles away. However, the mountaintop under everyone's feet did not move at all. Countless people turned pale. When they raised their heads, blood spurted out of their mouths. The 8 high-level supreme martial artists above, including Li Chuanbua, all spurted out blood at the same time. Their individual strength was far superior, and their combined attack was enough to shake the heavens and earth. However, the combined efforts of more than 3,000 supreme martial artists, coupled with the power of the formation, was equally earth-shattering. Although both parties were only throwing weapons at each other across space, the impact of the tremors and the influence of the energy movement on each other was still terrifying beyond compare. Divine senses vibrated, internal organs vibrated, and souls vibrated. This was still thanks to the collision of weapons that were thrown out. If they were really held in their hands, even Li Chuanbua would probably die in such a collision. Change the formation. Diwu Qingro let out a loud shout, and the long snake formation below suddenly changed. It rolled like a wave. The experts inside didn't dare to be negligent even if they were injured or not. They shifted their positions and changed the formation. Flying Dragon Illusory Form. Attack. Defend. Following Diwu Qingro's command, everyone had already attacked while they were moving. Streams of the purest supreme martial artist's origin energy madly shot toward Li Chuanbua and the others in midair. Diwu Qingro's command was very clear. It was both an attack and a defense. Moreover, after the formation transformed into this flying dragon illusory form, it immediately started to circulate. Li Chuanbua and the others were facing different opponents at every moment. In other words, even if you successfully injured the person opposite you a moment ago, by the time you wanted to reap the fruits of your labor, you would realize that the person in front of you had already changed. It was another person who was full of energy and was completely uninjured. The ultimate purpose of setting up such a formation was not to attack the enemy, but to defend and stall for time, waiting for Xiao Chunyu and the others to return. It was not that Diwu Qingro did not want to make use of this power to take down Li Chuanbua and the others. In fact, although this person was strong, it was still difficult for him to fight against the combined strength of more than 1,000 experts. However, when he saw that more than 1,000 people from the Li clan were also about to arrive, he immediately changed his mind. If he insisted on annihilating the great experts, he might have a chance to kill a few of these high-level supreme martial artists. However, the formation would collapse instantly under the attacks of the remaining 1,000 people. Once the formation collapsed, the forces could not be gathered together. Then, they could only be slaughtered unilaterally by the remaining high-level supreme martial artists. Calculating in this way, the losses would greatly outweigh the gains. Mo Tianji, who was in the air, was also constantly giving orders. Li Chuanbua and the others were also constantly changing their positions. Under Mo Tianji's command, the targets of every attack were all targeted at the weak points of the formation. The targets were precise, and every move was on point. However, the opponent was the combined strength of thousands of people. No matter how powerful Li Chuanbua and the others were, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. They could not really pose a fatal threat. It was like punching at the sea. Even if they could create a huge ripple every time, even if they could create a huge disturbance, to this boundless sea, it was just a ripple. However, this man-made formation was ultimately not the sea. There was always a limit to how much it could withstand. In the formation, the number of injured people continued to increase. Diwu Qingrou's expression was calm, but it was already so calm that it was stiff. He kept giving orders and making adjustments. Although the number of injured people was increasing, he had already stabilized his state of mind and identified the positions. The changes in the formation, however, were becoming more and more skillful. In addition, he could vaguely feel that the other party's intention of putting in so much effort to come up with this move was probably not to annihilate the people here. After all, even if there were no more high-level supreme martial artist experts, there were still more than thousands of 4th and 5th grade supreme martial artists here. They could not be swallowed. If they were to forcefully swallow them, they would only choke to death. Since they could not swallow them, they had to use force. This meant that Mo Tianji had other plans, and the only thing worth scheming about here was the terrain here. What the enemy needed was what he would not abandon. Persevering and defending was the best way to counterattack. Therefore, Diwu Qingrou did not retreat an inch. As long as the formation did not completely collapse, they had to continue defending. Deafening battle cries rang out. The Li clan's reinforcements had finally reached the top of the mountain. Mo Tianji's orders were even more urgent and faster. To Mo Tianji, this mountain was indeed of utmost importance. This was because he had put in a lot of effort here. He had never thought of wiping out all these people in one go. That was obviously unrealistic. His original intention was only to force them away. But what Mo Tianji really did not expect was that Diwu Qingrou, who clearly had the absolute advantage in terms of combat power, would actually rehearse such an offensive and defensive formation in advance. Strictly speaking, this formation was Mo Tianji's loss. If it were not for the absence of the other party's experts, his side might have been completely annihilated. In this formation, Diwu Qingrou lost to the heavens, but won against man. It was just that whether man could conquer the heavens or not was still unknown. Diwu Qingrou had seen through Mo Tianji's scheme. Mo Tianji had lost by a small margin. After finally having a chance to turn things around, the other party's well-prepared formation appeared here. This was equivalent to losing 2 rounds in a row. Although there were not too many substantial losses at the moment, Mo Tianji was already in awe. Although he never dared to underestimate the enemy, this time, he had more or less underestimated Diwu Qingrou and his tenacity. In this world, I am not the only one who knows how to plan for a rainy day. As Mo Tianji commanded, he secretly told himself, I am not the only one who is smart. I must not make such a mistake again. I must not underestimate any opponent. Mo Tianji's gaze was deep. This time it was the Li clan. But if the same mistake is made next time, my brothers and I will bear the consequences. Chapter 1525. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Mo Tianji looked at the battle and said, Yes. Chu Luer said indifferently, I don't think so. Actually, neither of you are underestimating the other. On the contrary, both of you think too highly of each other. Therefore, although both of you are fully focused now and think that you are going all out, the more you think about it, the more you can't give your all. As the saying goes, follow your heart. Only then can you really give it your all. Mo Tianji's eyes lit up, deep in thought. Chu Luer said, Actually, no matter if it's a human, a god, or a demon, you, Mo Tianji, are Mo Tianji. This will never change. She turned around, her eyes sparkling. She said softly, Mo Tianji will never become Chu Yang or Ao Sheyan. Yes, no matter if it's a human, a god, or a demon, I, Emotianji, am Emotianji. I won't become Chu Yang, and I won't become Ao Xieyun. This will never change. Emotianji only felt that an inexplicable chain in his heart was suddenly broken by Chu Lu Er's few words. It was like a person who had been in a dark place for a long time, suddenly opening a door in front of him. The darkness in front of him disappeared, and only endless bright sunlight shone in front of him. Emotianji took a deep look at Chu Lu and said sincerely, "Thank you, Lu Er. Although you are younger than me, you are really my benefactor." Turning around, Emotianji continued to give orders. The battle below was getting more and more intense. One by one, the Li Clan's supreme martial artists attacked the Great Formation crazily. In the Great Formation, there were people who kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood, and then their bodies shattered. Under such attacks, it was no different from a fool's dream to leave a complete corpse. At the moment when you can't move, you don't know how much power will explode on your body. Yet, the Great Formation continued to move at high speed like a dragon. On this steep mountain peak, there was no chaos at all. Diwu Qingrou's orders were given precisely one after another. Wherever there was a weakness, there would be immediately remedied. Diwu Qingrou made up his mind to defend till death. No matter what, he had to defend till death. This mountain peak couldn't be given to Emotianji. The Li clan people didn't have it easy either. Just this kind of recoil alone had already caused the death of several supreme martial artists. The 8th grade supreme martial artist went all out and attacked wildly, but in the face of the tyrannical power condensed by the formation, he was powerless and helpless. As time passed by bit, Li Chuanbua became more and more anxious. How could they not be anxious? This was clearly a heaven-sent opportunity, yet they were unable to grasp it. They were powerless to grasp it. Xiao Qinyu and the others could return at any time. If they allowed this formation to hold on until Xiao Qinyu's return, then all of them would definitely be annihilated here. This was a heaven-sent opportunity, but now could become a heaven-sent opportunity at any time. At this moment, Emotianji's voice rang out. 2/3 of the supreme martial artists will continue to attack. The other 1/3 will form a triangular formation and charge forward. You have to let go of the dragon's head and tail. Strike diagonally from the dragon's body. Don't face it head-on. The opportunity to defeat the enemy is now. Li Chuanbua's spirits were lifted. With a long howl, more than 200 experts surrounded them in an instant. Diwu Qingrou's brows furrowed. Li Chuanbua had already done this kind of gathering 3 times previously, and there wasn't much of an effect in the end. But for some reason, this time, he had a very different feeling. With a thought, he immediately ordered, "Speed up the formation." At his command, the speed of conversion of the long snake formation sped up again. Like undulating waves, it was out of control, swift and violent. However, on the Li clan side, more than 200 experts quickly surrounded them. Under Li Chuanbua's command, they instantly formed a huge triangle. The tip of the triangle was aimed at the formation. Emotianji silently calculated the operation of the formation. He shouted, "Move 3 fingers to the left of the tip of your feet and cut off at full speed." Li Chuanbua let out a long howl. With him as the arrowhead, the 200 experts launched a charge at the same time. At this moment, a long howl pierced through the air from afar. Xiao Qinyu and the others had already started to turn back. Li Chuanbua's eyes were almost spurting blood. He roared, "Break!" With his body as the arrowhead, he charged over at lightning speed. This was the last chance. Once lost, there would be no more opportunities. Succeed or die trying. In a fierce battle, every bit of time was also precious. All the high-level experts of the Li clan gave their all in a race against time, wanting to finish the job in an instant, because Xiao Qinyu and the other enemy experts were about to rush back. If one had to say who was the most anxious, it was still the Li clan's first ancestor, Li Chuanbua. If he could grasp such a heaven-sent opportunity, it would be equivalent to leaving the Li clan with a lot more chances of survival. Could it be that he actually couldn't grasp it? Emotianji was still calm. He continued to issue orders and adjust the angle. After 7 or 8 adjustments, he finally gave a direct order, "Kill." Li Chuanbua led his men and charged in at top speed like a sharp arrow. Diwu Qingru had also been carefully adjusting the situation to correspond to Imo Tianji's attacks. However, the moment he heard the words "the dragon's body slanted," Diwu Qingru already knew that the destruction of this great formation was already inevitable. If it were an ordinary army in a battle between two countries, the dragon's body slanted would be a suicidal move. With a wave of the battle flag, the enemy slanted would be completely surrounded and drowned in the ocean. Even until death, they wouldn't be able to display any battle prowess. However, such an army composed entirely of top-notch experts against the enemy was fundamentally different from an ordinary battle formation. The reaction of such experts was 1,000 times more agile than that of an army, or even more. Once it was accurately inserted, the destructive power it could cause was also extremely terrifying. As the name suggested, the straight snake formation was formed based on the transformation of the snake's body. It made use of the snake's characteristics, its flexibility, its head and tail connected, and its entire body linked together, one loop after another, continuous and endless. Attack the head and tail, attack the head and tail, attack the head and tail at the same time. However, when it came to the most powerful attack, it was the moment when the snake's body was turning. This was the time when the power was the strongest and fiercest. Ordinary snakes didn't have scales on their bodies. However, with so many people forming the straight snake formation, then every person was equivalent to a scale on the snake's body. This was destined to be unavoidable. Although the movement of the snake was immensely powerful and carried with it inertia, its power far exceeded the combat prowess of the snake. However, every time it turned, it was also accompanied by the moment when one of the scales inevitably opened up. That moment was where the flaw was. Purely speaking of the flaw, it wasn't necessarily so. Opening up and then closing up was undoubtedly a flaw, but it could also be a trap. Because the straight snake formation formed by experts was even more tightly connected, it was naturally even harder to find a flaw. Furthermore, Diwu Qingru was constantly giving orders. This kind of flaw was even more fleeting. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was fleeting. Previously, Imo Tianji had commanded to break the formation 7 times in a row, and Diwu Qingru had changed 8 times in a row in order to deal with it. However, there was an additional change. Just when he thought that Imo Tianji would continue to force him to reveal a flaw, Imo Tianji unexpectedly chose to wait. Although he only waited for a moment, it was enough to change the entire situation. After that moment, he immediately ordered Li Chuanbua to launch an all-out attack. And at this moment, it just so happened that Diwu Qingru's 8th change had just begun. The old momentum was exhausted, and a new momentum was born. There was no way he could react immediately. Originally, at the moment when Li Chuanbua and the others started to attack, the flaw hadn't really appeared yet. However, when this lethal force attacked, the scales of this straight snake formation unavoidably opened up at that moment due to inertia. Naturally, the flaw also appeared along with it. What precise calculations, what frightening scheming, what amazing Imo Tianji. At this moment, the powerful force that Li Chuanbua and the others had gathered rushed in like a sharp knife, cutting through tofu. Boom! A series of screams rang out. Li Chuanbua rushed into the connecting points of the formation like a mad tiger. His palms were already filled with the fiercest attacks. He struck left and right. Instantly, the sound of bones and tendons breaking rang out one after another. A huge gap appeared in the formation. Li Xiangxi followed closely behind. At this moment, the yearning sword in his hand was used as a huge saber by him. He moved left and right, and there was no way to stop him. A rain of blood instantly rose. Seeing this situation, Diwu Qingru finally sighed helplessly. Although he had already guessed what Imo Tianji's next step would be, there was no other way. The flaw of the great formation was here. As long as the attack was targeted, it would be broken sooner or later. This had nothing to do with intelligence. Screams rang out one after another. More than 200 people from the Li clan rushed into the great formation. The massacre thus began. It was as if a rain of blood had risen instantly. There was the blood of the allied forces, as well as the flesh and blood of the Li clan. The next moment, after Li Chuanbua rushed in, his clothes had already turned crimson, the brightest color. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to kill the enemies madly. He didn't think about anything else, because everything else was no longer important. The more enemies he killed, the more hope the Li clan had. That was all. Everyone, hold on. Try your best to hold on. No one is allowed to retreat. Diwu Qingru was still able to hold on. He continued to command calmly. Although the formation of the Great Formation had been broken and there were flaws in its operation, it was only the abdomen that had been broken. The formation could still be formed from the head and tail. It could still be operated. As long as everyone maintained their composure and held on, they would definitely be able to hold on until Xiao Qinyu and the others returned. Then, the situation would be reversed. Everyone, continue to operate the formation. Accelerate. Don't stop. Don't stop for even a moment. Diwu Qingru's eyes flashed with coldness. This method was equivalent to directly using human lives to fill up the formation. The first few hundred people who rushed up would definitely die in the hands of this group of Li clan experts. However, as long as everyone wasn't afraid of death and continued to press forward, not only would they be able to make up for the collapse of the Great Formation, they could even wrap up these people from the Li clan like dumplings. After all, it wasn't as if the Li clan experts didn't pay a price for the attack just now. Even Li Chuanbua also suffered a considerable amount of backlash. However, if they gave up on the formation just like that, they would instead fall into the fate of being slaughtered. Without the support of the Great Formation, the 4th grade and 5th grade supreme martial artists didn't have the ability to withstand even a move or two from a high-level supreme martial artist. Chapter 1526. Elderly. Hold on, everyone, hold on. Emo Tianji shouted, the dawn of victory has appeared. As long as we don't let the enemy charge past here, the formation will be completely broken. Hearing this, Li Chuanbua seemed to have received divine help. He let out a long roar and attacked with all his might. He was really like a cornerstone, going on a killing spree against the experts of the allied forces who were charging toward him like raging waves. Countless broken limbs and body parts flew in front of him, and heads rolled out one by one. The number of the 200-odd experts of the Li clan who were following him also decreased rapidly. However, no one took a step back. They would rather die than take a step back. On the other hand, the experts of the Li clan on the other two sides were charging toward them rapidly with red eyes. For a moment, the sounds of fighting were earth-shattering. A storm of blood engulfed the entire place. At this moment, even the commands from the two sides couldn't be heard at all. However, no one cared about that anymore. There was only charge and kill. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. On the other side, Xiao Qinyu and the rest were also rushing back anxiously. Right now, they were also extremely angry, annoyed, and somewhat humiliated. Until now, everyone still didn't know what that monster was and what kind of method it used. It just blindly led everyone in a big circle, and from beginning to end, refused to face it head-on. Every time they felt that they were about to be caught up and were about to be surrounded, it would suddenly disappear, and then reappear in another place not far away. Xiao Qinyu and the others were toyed with until their eyes were spitting fire. They almost lost their rationality and even planned to attack with all their might. If they really launched a large-scale indiscriminate attack, and with so many people joining hands, they definitely wouldn't be able to hide their tracks anymore. However, they didn't expect that the monster would suddenly disappear after circling around. Everyone joined forces and activated their divine senses to search a large area. However, they didn't find anything. Filled with hope, they could only turn back unhappily. However, to their surprise, they realized that their base had already been turned upside down. Shocked, everyone naturally sped up and rushed over. However, they were really too far away. Even if they rushed back at full speed, they wouldn't be able to return in an instant. Li Chuanbua, how dare you? Xiao Qinyu roared from afar. Both sides of the battle immediately had a change of mood. The allied forces were naturally overjoyed, but the Li clan side was shocked and even a little disorganized. At this moment, the Li clan already had the full initiative. As long as they persevered a little longer, The Allied forces would definitely be forced down the mountain even though they had the advantage in numbers. Even with Diwu Qingrou's flawless command, it definitely couldn't compare to the psychological pressure of this high-level supreme martial artist. But at this delicate moment, Xiao Chunyu and the others actually rushed back. This naturally gave the Allied forces a backbone, and their will to resist increased greatly. Diwu Qingrou quietly let out a sigh of relief. Even someone as intelligent as him hadn't thought that things would develop to this point. It was supposed to be a decisive battle, but it had somehow evolved into a battle of gains and losses. In fact, it had even turned into a place where the final battle would take place. He didn't know why Mo Tianji wanted this place, but he wouldn't give it up no matter what. Having ruled over the battlefield for so many years, he could even predict that if this piece of land was given to Mo Tianji, there would definitely be trouble that would be 10 times more troublesome than now. And that trouble, at that time, he would definitely have to shoulder it himself. Diwu Qingrou didn't want to. He really didn't want to. Now that they had finally persevered until Xiao Chunyu and the others returned, Diwu Qingrou's heart was finally at ease. After all, this place wasn't lost. Although the heavens played tricks on people, people could still triumph over the heavens. Mo Tianji also sighed at this time. At this point, it really couldn't be said that he didn't try his best. Originally, the heavens were all on his side. Dukyu must have done his best to bring so many high-level supreme martial artists with him. Any one or two of them would be able to kill him. It was as if he was circling in front of the king of Hell's palace. He would often go to the entrance of the Yellow Springs and return. If this continued, Dukyu might have died somewhere. This was why he had no choice but to end it. It was a pity that the time he bought wasn't enough. Even if he had just a little more time to catch his breath, Mo Tianji sighed and was about to order the army to retreat. Now, the Li clan still had the upper hand. It shouldn't be difficult for them to retreat. But if they waited until Xiao Qinyu and the others returned, then it wouldn't be a matter of whether they retreated or not. It was very likely that the Li clan would announce its demise in advance. However, at this delicate juncture, a faint voice said, "Tribulation has been gone for 10,000 years. Tribulation sword rules the world. Tribulation sword rules the world. Tribulation sword rules the world." The voice was very calm, but the figures of Xiao Chunyu and the others who were running at high speed stopped in an instant. One by one, they turned around and looked at the source of the voice. At that place, there seemed to be a little bit of light jumping out suddenly. It was as if it had suddenly appeared from the void, shooting out billions of bright and dazzling lights. Xiao Qinyu's pupils shrank. This was the sword tip of a sword. Looking at this shape, everyone present could recognize it. Behind him, the dozens of supreme martial artist experts were also shocked. They almost couldn't breathe. They only felt that their hearts were beating like drums. Even breathing seemed to be difficult. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that the tip of the sword, coupled with the words spoken just now, was enough to tell that Tribulation Sword had reappeared. The master of Tribulation Sword had returned to the world. The legend of 10,000 years, the mystery of 10,000 years. Today, at this moment, they could finally see the legendary divine sword. That sword tip was floating in the air, swallowing and spitting out cold light. The sun shone in the sky, but it couldn't suppress the light of the sword tip. It was just a sword, and it was only a small part of the sword tip, but everyone's eyes revealed the most fanatical look, and an unprecedented majestic pressure. That was a supreme divine object. Just a sword tip, and everyone's mind was seized. Suddenly, there was a piercingly cold aura flickering, and another object that was flickering with light appeared out of nowhere. The sword blade. The sword tip suddenly rushed to the sky and grew in the wind. It actually became 10 feet long in the air. It was just a little bit of starlight just now, but now it grew hundreds of times, thousands of times in the air. The sword blade followed with a schwa sound. With a flash of light, it was side by side with the sword tip. It stood tall in the air. The cold light seemed to be the blinking eyes of thousands of ghosts in hell. Under the clear blue sky, there was a sense of gloominess that came out of nowhere. Then, with a loud sound, the sword blade also appeared. The cold light flashed, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if a sea of blood, and a mountain of corpses had appeared in front of them. It was so tragic. Then, it was the sword guard, the sword tongue, the sword hilt, the sword pommel. There were a total of 7 parts of the sword. They circled and danced in the air, each with its own spirit, each with its own power. Then, clang! With a clear sound, the sword tip took the lead and rushed to the sky. The sword blade followed, and with a ka sound, it merged with the sword tip. A burst of dazzling light flashed, and a strange feeling of fighting the world side by side arose in everyone's heart. It was as if the sword tip and the sword blade were brothers who had been separated for 10,000 years. Now that they had reunited after a long separation, they were reunited and fighting the world side by side. Clang! The sword blade rose mightily and lit up, joining the sword tip and the sword blade. They merged seamlessly in the air. The sword body had already taken shape. Then, the 2 sides of the sword guard flew up and embedded into the sword body. The curved arc was just enough to protect the hand holding the sword. It was an awe-inspiring guard. The sword tongue flew up with a schwa sound, and with a 7-colored light, it entered the ranks of the swords. Then, the sword hilt suddenly moved forward, and with a ka sound, it took the sword tongue into its embrace. Then, the sword pommel flew up like a meteor. With a ka sound, it appeared in the fixed position. A long sword was thus formed. The moment the sword was formed, it suddenly exploded with thousands of rays of light, standing majestically between heaven and earth. It was as if this calamity sword also knew that it had not appeared in the open on this continent for 10,000 years. This time, it appeared with its head held high and looked down on all eternity, intimidating the masses. It just floated in the air like this, the sword tip pointing straight at the sky. This sword was more than 100 feet long, but it did not give people the feeling that it was too big or inappropriate. That perfect streamline, that ingenious design, made everyone extremely fond of it. However, that awe-inspiring aura that swept through everything made everyone feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. A clear sound rang out, and then, a white light like a swimming dragon flew out like lightning. Like a swallow returning to its nest, it actually plunged into the sword body of the calamity sword. Then, the whole sword body shone brighter, and the white light inside could be faintly seen swimming back and forth, as if it was very excited and happy. Calamity sword. Xiao Qinyu was dazzled and muttered, "It's really the calamity sword. This is the calamity sword that has dominated the heavens for 10,000 years. This sword has really reappeared in the world." Everyone stared at the sword in a daze. For a moment, no one responded to Xiao Qinyu's words. This sword had already attracted all of their attention. The one who obtained the calamity sword ruled the world. The one who obtained the calamity sword turned yin and yang. The one who obtained the calamity sword reversed reincarnation. The one who obtained the calamity sword saved the world. All the legends and legends about the calamity sword reverberated in everyone's minds. Calamity sword. A laugh that shook the wind and thunder. A rage that made the sea cold. A hand that broke the firmament. A sword that danced across the sky. If this sword fell into my hands, then, the one who could do all this would be me. I am the master of the firmament. I am the master of the earth. I am invincible. I am supreme. Xiao Qinyu looked at the calamity sword, and the intoxication in his eyes gradually disappeared. Slowly, it turned into a cruel look, and he said indifferently, "Since the calamity sword has appeared, is the master of the calamity sword still not willing to come out and meet me?" His voice was not very loud, but it echoed in the air like muffled thunder. The intoxication of all the experts was shattered by this muffled voice, and they were suddenly awakened. Yes, there was still the master of the calamity sword. Chapter 1527. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. They couldn't help but widen their eyes and listen attentively. They wanted to hear what the legendary master of Calamity Sword was going to say. He only heard that indifferent, detached, indifferent, and cold voice say, "Xiao Qinyu, the elderly should cultivate their mind in nature and enjoy the rest of their lives." It's not good to have a hot temper at your age. It's not good for cultivation, heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, and spleen. Even with Xiao Qinyu's calmness and cultivation, his body couldn't help but sway a little after hearing this. The supreme martial artists behind him all felt their vision go dark. Did the Master of Calamity Sword really say these words? Did the Master of Calamity Sword really say these words? This was too shocking. It wasn't that they were shocked by the content, but the nonsense was too shocking. What was even more shocking was that this kind of nonsense could actually be said in such a solemn, indifferent, and aloof voice. This was really a realm. Hee hee. Everyone wants to see me? All right, then I'm coming out. A faint laughter sounded. Everyone held their breaths and waited for the legendary figure to appear. Hee hee. I'm really coming out. The faint laughter sounded again. Everyone's face was filled with black lines. Was a legendary figure really that legendary? Hee hee. I'm really coming out. The faint voice sounded very serious. What the fuck? Was this legendary figure still breathing? PFFF. Everyone held their breaths and waited for him. In the end, this guy came out 3 times in a row, but they still didn't see him. Everyone felt that they couldn't hold their breaths anymore, and they all spat it out. Everyone looked at each other and realized that the person opposite them had an extremely strange expression. The Master of Calamity Sword, who was the center of attention and was almost regarded as a god by the people of the Heaven Realm, was actually so unruly? How could they endure this? Are you coming out or not? Xiao Qinyu couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, Why is the old man's temper so bad? His personality is so impatient. It's hard for him to achieve great things. The voice complained sincerely. Xiao Qinyu almost vomited blood. He wanted to flick his sleeves and leave. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the air in front of them was filled with a dense void. A young man with a jade-like complexion appeared in the void in front of them with a gentle smile on his face. The moment he appeared, he waved his hand. The Calamity Sword in the sky let out a sharp but joyful sword hum. It suddenly shrank and returned to his hand. By the time it reached his palm, it had already returned to the size of an ordinary long sword. The person who came was naturally the Master of Calamity Sword, Chu Yang. But when Xiao Chunyu and the others really saw him, the strange feeling in their hearts increased by several points. Was this guy here to fight? Or are you here for a vacation? Sightseeing? Could it be that he was actually here to date? The Catastrophe Sword Master who appeared out of nowhere was wearing a white robe like snow. He looked like a handsome tree in the wind. In his arms, there was a beautiful girl who looked like she was in a painting. She was dressed in red, with a face full of love and gentleness. She was nestled in his arms like a little bird. It was as if a peerless flower had suddenly bloomed on this ancient ice field. The moment they saw this girl again, a heartfelt gentleness and pity suddenly rose in their hearts. You are the Catastrophe Sword Master? Yi Xiaoyao seemed to be in disbelief. He finally asked loudly, Keep your voice down. Chu Yang looked up at him and said angrily, Don't scare my beauty. Emo Qinggu, who was in his arms, turned her bright eyes and said softly, I'm not a beauty. I'm an ugly monster. Chu Yang said, If you are an ugly monster, then I'll look at ugly monsters in the future. Okay. The dozens of supreme martial artists on the opposite side were collectively speechless. Everyone was even prepared to see the birth of a peerless hero. Who would have thought that when they opened their eyes wide, they would see a scene of tender love? A talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect couple. This was the legendary legend? Catastrophe Sword Master? Instantly, everyone felt that they were going to get a needle's eye. It was too confusing. It made them gasp for breath. You are really the Catastrophe Sword Master? This time, even Xiao Qinyu felt that he was dreaming. He even omitted the words, sir, directly. Chu Yang raised the Catastrophe Sword in his hand and said with a smile, How can you say this? I can lie, but this sword won't lie, right? If you keep asking the same question like this, I'll feel impatient. Are you used to repeating your questions many times? Has your memory deteriorated to this extent? Xiao Qinyu's chest tightened. He shouted, Catastrophe Sword Master, you killed my brother. You and I are irreconcilable. Chu Yang said lightly, I killed your brother, so you want to take revenge on me. I can understand this. But how many people have you killed in the past 10,000 years? How many people have come to take revenge on you? Xiao Qinyu sneered. What's the pity of killing ants? You are indeed the clan master of the Xiao clan. What you said is so good. You said exactly what I wanted to say. Chu Yang raised his head lightly and looked at him with some mockery. You said it just now. What's the pity of killing ants? Is it necessary to be irreconcilable with me? You. Xiao Qinyu's eyes shone sharply. He suddenly held the sword hilt and said coldly, Catastrophe, sword master. You and I have been enemies for generations. If you don't die, then my clan will die. So what if you have a glib tongue? Come, call out all your brothers. I'll be merciful today and send you all on your way. Let's meet in the netherworld so that you won't be lonely. Chu Yang smiled lightly. My brothers? Suddenly, someone said coldly, Xiao Qinyu, do you want to see me? This voice was so cold that it could freeze one's bones. This voice was so sharp that it could pierce one's heart. A figure in black suddenly appeared, tall and straight like a sword. His eyes were like a sword. His body was like a sword. His brows were like a sword, and his aura was like a sword. As soon as he appeared, an unprecedentedly strong sword intent suddenly raged and surged, covering the entire sky. Clang! Except for Xiao Qinyu and Chu Yang. As long as there was a sword at their waist, there was no exception. All of them let out a buzzing sound at the same time. So one of the tribulations is a sword supremacy. Amazing! Xiao Qinyu's eyes were solemn. Although the other party's level was not high, only at the peak of 2nd grade, a sword supremacy with such cultivation could already hurt him. Only a sword supremacy? Another voice asked fiercely. The moment this voice sounded, all the people who used sabers felt the scabbard at their waist vibrate, and their sabers were automatically unsheathed by half a foot. Everyone suddenly turned their heads and saw another young man in black standing with his saber horizontally. His feet were firm and unmoving. Although he was standing in the air, he gave everyone the feeling that he was like a lofty mountain that couldn't be shaken at all. Just by standing there, a majestic aura like that of an army of thousands of men and horses was already coming at them. Saber supremacy. You're also one of the tribulations? Xiao Qinyu's eyes narrowed. Dong Wushang said coldly, Why? Do you want to have a taste of it? Xiao Qinyu sneered. Considering your age, to have such achievements, even if you are not the last, it is unprecedented. However, you alone are not my match. A very serious voice said, Dog Ant? What the fuck? This old thing is so fucking arrogant, so crazy. If you continue to brag, there will be dust. I really can't listen to this anymore. She really couldn't stand it anymore. Wahahaha. Dog Ant. Dog Ant. Such flamboyant and hooligan words, without the slightest bit of solemnity, were suddenly spoken in an extremely solemn tone. Everyone only felt extremely uncomfortable. It was truly too uncomfortable. A young man in a white robe raised his head and raised his nostrils. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he appeared in the air in an extremely pretentious manner. At the sight of this, there was a feeling of God as the boss. I'm the boss that deserved a beating. He walked step by step until he was in front of Dong Wushang. Then, he turned around to face Xiao Qinyu. Taking a step forward, he pointed at his own nose and said, Old thing, you must remember. My name is GMO. I was the one who crushed your ant-like little brother to death. I'm worried that he'll be lonely down there, so I want to ask you to accompany him and let you brothers reunite in the Yellow Springs so that he won't be lonely. After being reborn, Second Master Ji's confidence was boundless. At this moment, he actually dared to challenge a low-grade supreme martial artist. What was even more infuriating was that he even copied Xiao Qinyu's words just now. He was truly arrogant to the extreme. Xiao Qinyu's face instantly darkened. Before he could reply, a wolf's howl suddenly shook the sky, resounding through the sky and peerlessly mighty. A woo, following the wolf's howl, a figure somersaulted 17 or 18 times in the air and appeared on the scene. He put his arm around Jimo's shoulder and laughed loudly, looking extremely pleased. His face was asking for a beating, and his whole body was asking for a beating. The moment one saw him, they couldn't help but want to stuff a red-hot iron rod into the hole in his butt. He laughed loudly. How can I, Luo Kadi, Second Master Luo, be absent from such a lively scene? All of you, quickly pay your respects to Second Master Luo. What are you waiting for? Oh whoa! A dragon's roar reverberated through the air. A white-robed man appeared out of thin air, and he actually scattered waves of golden light across the sky. He smiled and said, I'm Ao Sheon. And beside him, there was another person. This person was thin and shriveled, and seemed to be cowering in fear. That person shrank his neck and said fearfully, I'm Rue Butong. I never fight. Bang. A splendid flower bloomed in the sky. It was magnificent and beautiful. In the middle of the flower, there was a young man in white. He was elegant, handsome, and free like a woman. He slowly nodded and said simply, Xianqiang. Xiao Qinyu rolled his eyes and said, There are still two missing. Why don't you all show yourselves? Let me see how heroic and elegant the current generation's robbers are. A gentle voice said, Elder Xiao, you're exaggerating. We seem to have met before. It was Mo Tianji. Something happened some time ago. I wanted a little girl, but I couldn't get pregnant. Finally, there was news, but my wife fell down. Sigh. My wife has been unhappy all this time. Then, when I saw that my body had recovered, I forced her to go out and play for a week. We went to Suhang. Yes, it's this week. It can be considered as a distraction. I just came back today. I didn't update much during this time. Everyone, please forgive me. Now that I'm back, I'll take a rest and seize the time to write to make up for the past few days. Today, I'm updating. Chapter 1528. In the distance, Mo Tianji brought Chu Lu, and Mo Qingwu over. Chu Lu shouted excitedly, Big brother! She leaped over and hugged Chu Yang tightly. She wanted to pull Mo Qingwu away from her big brother, but in the end, she could only hug Mo Qingwu together. The two little girls complimented each other beautifully. Big brother, I missed you so much. Humph, you little girl are really whimsical. You actually took advantage of my big brother. The first sentence was directed at Chu Yang, but the second sentence was directed at Mo Qingwu. Mo Qingwu had recovered her memories from her previous life. How could she lower herself to Chu Lu's level? She just smiled gently. There seems to be one missing. Who was the last one? Xiao Qinyu said coldly. Why? Are we not enough to release your soul? Do you want to try? We can fight you alone. Of course, we can fight you together. GMO sneered. Diwu Qingro stood opposite him and looked at Chu Yang with a complicated expression. He said lightly, Brother Chu, so you are the current Tribulation Sword Master. The world-renowned king of Hell Chu is actually the Tribulation Sword Master. This is really shocking. Diwu Qingro had already guessed Chu Yang's true identity, but he didn't say it out loud. Chu Yang naturally knew. He said lightly, Brother Diwu, long time no see. There's one more. Xiao Qinyu said angrily, Where is he? Come out. There was one more person. This was something everyone knew. However, among the brothers, even Mo Tianji didn't know who the other person was. In fact, not only them, but even Chu Yang didn't know who the last person was. He clearly knew that the last person must be by his side, but he didn't know who it was. The identity of the last person would only be revealed after obtaining the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword. Before that, even the Tribulation Sword Master didn't know. And this last person was the most important person to the Tribulation Sword Master and his brothers. Chu Yang once thought, could it be Dukyu? Or was it Tantan? However, he really wasn't confident and couldn't be sure. The legend of tribulation had lasted for more than 100,000 years. There were countless legends in each generation. Each had their own style, and each had their own merits. It was difficult to say, but there were still clues that could be found. Tribulation was an individual in every generation. This was one of the rules. If it were not for tribulation, how could there be a big family in every generation? The second rule was that the Sword Master of Calamity was not part of the Calamity. He was the master of the Calamity, but he was not the leader of the Calamity. The third rule was that the victims of the tribulation would never have the same surname. If they had the same surname, how would the great clans be ranked? How to list them? In addition to the above three rules, there was another rule that was not known if it could be counted as a rule. Tribulation had never had a woman. These four were secrets that were known to the highest echelons of the aristocratic families. For generations, every generation of great aristocratic families had racked their brains to target the new generation of tribulation every 10,000 years. Unfortunately, they had used all kinds of methods, whether it was conspiracy, coercion, deceit, or beauty traps. It could be said that they had used all kinds of methods, but they were still unable to achieve anything. In the end, they could only be destroyed. Chu Yang was very confused because he didn't know who the remaining person was. Even Chu Yang, the swordmaster of Calamity, did not know the identity of the last person. Naturally, it was impossible for the others to know. In fact, this question had troubled everyone for a long time. So at this moment, when the brothers heard Xiao Chunyu's question, they subconsciously turned their heads and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang turned his head innocently and looked at the brothers who were looking at him blankly. Then Imo Tianji turned his head with a very interesting expression. So even Big Brother did not know who the last person was? What a joke. GMO opened his mouth and then closed it. In the end, he did not dare to make a sound. Chu Yang's mind turned quickly. He did not want to be entangled in this question anymore. Then, he smiled faintly and looked at Xiao Chenyu again. He said, "Why do you care so much about this? Even if you know who the person is, what can you do? However, I can guarantee that the person's surname is not Xiao. Can you be at ease now?" Xiao Chenyu laughed wildly. "Why do you need to guarantee? I naturally know that the person's surname is not Xiao. You don't need to cover it up. If you cover it up, it is true. I think your last calamity is that Li Xiong too, right? Don't you want to know what I can do after I know who the person is? I will tell you. What can I do? I will also let you, the master of the calamity sword, be at ease." Haha. At this moment, the calamities have gathered and the master of the calamity sword has appeared. Right now, the Northwest is the grandest gathering in 10,000 years. However, this will also save me from the exhaustion of a long journey. I will let all of you be buried here together. Today is the end of the calamity and the end of the master of the calamity sword. Then, he waved his hand and shouted sternly, "Everyone, back down. Today, I will challenge the master of the calamity sword and his calamity alone. Let's see if the so-called calamity legend can continue." According to the legends, the combination of calamity and calamity is invincible. I want to see how this combination of calamity and calamity can be invincible in front of me. At this moment, Xiao Chunyu was domineering and awe-inspiring. He was really like a god. His whole body was shining with endless light. At the same time, an unprecedentedly domineering aura soared into the sky. He looked down at Chu Yang and the others with a cold smile on his face. His right hand slowly stroked the hilt of his sword. His right hand was originally hanging by his waist. However, with such a simple lift and a small movement of slowly placing his hand on the sword hilt, the world suddenly surged with wind and clouds. Everyone seemed to see countless palms and sword hilts at the same time. At the same time, they fell. Although Chu Yang and the others were all juniors, and Xiao Chunyu had said very arrogantly that he wanted to challenge the legend of the current generation with his own strength, at this moment, he had undoubtedly used all of his strength. For 100,000 years, the master of the calamity sword was equivalent to a legend. And the combination of calamity and calamity was an invincible legend. Today, Xiao Chunyu wanted to rewrite this legend with his own strength and create a new one. How could he not go all out? The hostile relationship between the two sides was already clear. Seeing that a conflict was about to break out, Chu Yang was about to take a step forward when a white shadow suddenly flashed beside him. Then, a red shadow also flashed. It was Imo Qingwu's beautiful figure, like a flowing cloud, floating out. On the other side, Chu Le stepped forward with her chest puffed out. With a wave of her hand, a silent and dense aura rushed toward Xiao Qin's face. Xiao Qinyu's complexion changed sharply. His entire body moved without any wind, rising more than 10 feet into the air. His movements didn't stop, and he quickly retreated another 10 feet. With a wave of his big sleeve, a tyrannical force hit the void in front of him, causing a crisp paw sound. The space in front of him instantly showed signs of shattering, just like a piece of broken glass. Then, the entire shattered space was directly sent far away by Xiao Chenyu. After confirming that it was safe, he said in a serious voice, "Poison of the void? You are the successor of the poison doctor?" Previously, Wu Jueqing only pointed from afar. The distance was really too far, so Xiao Chenyu actually didn't see what Chu Lu'er looked like at all. To be honest, Chu Lu'er's poison of the void made Xiao Chenyu a little wary, but he didn't fear it. With Xiao Yuqin's cultivation, he had too many methods to deal with it easily. But the poison of the void also meant something else, which was that it showed Chu Lu'er's identity as the successor of the poison doctor. Wu Jueqing was watching by the side, so how could Xiao Chenyu dare to act rashly? So what if he had too many methods? If he didn't dare to use them, wouldn't it be a waste? Chu Lu'er's beautiful eyes turned, and she smiled sweetly. "It is Lu'er. Lu'er is here to ask Elder Xiao for a fight." Xiao Chenyu smiled bitterly. "Ask for a fight? My ass, would I dare to ask for a fight with a little poison like you?" Just as Xiao Yuqin was about to open his mouth to explain, a red robe suddenly fluttered, and a red shadow flashed. Imo Qingwu let out a soft shout and attacked from the air. Her sword floated, like a traveler in the world. Wherever the sword passed, a lonely and carefree concept appeared out of nowhere. This sword actually seemed to abandon the world of mortals in an instant. It was full of elegance and aloofness. The lonely and aloofness of the sword went straight for Xiao Chenyu's throat. I'd rather look at a lonely sword at the end of the world than be stained with luxury by the world of mortals. Seeing this, Xiao Chenyu's expression changed again. His figure retreated swiftly like moving clouds and flowing water. A strange light shot out from his eyes as he shouted, "Little girl in red, Ning Tianya, Supreme Ning, who is he to you?" Imo Qingwu's sword attack was Ning Tianya's real signature move. If the poison doctor Wu Jueqing was the most untouchable person in the world, then Ning Tianya was the most untouchable person in the world. Imo Qingwu replied indifferently, "He is my teacher." She raised her head and smiled. "Qingwu is new in the world. I've made a fool of myself in front of Elder Xiao." Xiao Chenyu's face was a little twisted at this moment. He had long heard that Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing, these two damned but immortal old fellows, had taken in a disciple together and treasured her like a treasure. Previously, he was still curious about what kind of heaven-defying talent could be taken in as a disciple by these two great supreme martial artists at the same time. He didn't expect to finally see it today. He did see it. Her talent was indeed extraordinary. At such a young age, she had already reached the level of a supreme martial artist. Such an achievement couldn't be described as rare and commendable. She was really blessed by the heavens and a genius. But why did she have to stand on the opposite side? Why? Why was this so? The disciple of the poison doctor Wu Jueqing and the disciple of Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing actually stood on the opposite side together? Wasn't this too much of a scam? Chu Lu'er and Imo Qingwu smiled at the same time. They said very humbly and politely, "Elder Xiao, you don't have to worry about my teacher. Now that our positions are clear, since we have already confirmed that we are enemies, then it's only natural for us to fight to the death. Please make your move." This sentence was really reasonable. It was really magnanimous and high class, full of the flavor of the world. It was an open-minded demeanor of the people of the world. However, the faces of Xiao Chenyu and the various supreme martial artist experts of the allied forces behind him were completely twisted. What you guys said was simply too nice. What did they mean by, "don't have to worry about anything"? How could they not have to worry about anything? Not to mention that Wu Jueqing was over there eyeing them covetously. Even if Wu Jueqing wasn't here, they definitely couldn't not worry about anything. Chapter 1529. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Unless Xiao Chenyu could kill all the people here, be it allies or enemies, the news would definitely spread if he really killed the two girls. Not to mention the enemy. Even his own people would definitely betray Xiao Chunyu at the first moment in order to get rid of suspicion. Humans all had the mentality to protect themselves, especially when facing a powerful force that they were powerless to resist and unable to resist. At that time, it was definitely foreseeable that Wu Jueqing, Ning Tianya, and Bu Luqing would join hands to kill the Xiao clan in anger. Even for a colossus like the Xiao clan, the outcome was already destined. Not even a complete tile would be left behind. This wasn't the end. With Wu Jueqing around, not even a blade of grass would grow in the Xiao clan's territory for tens of thousands of years. It would turn into a desert in the human world, without any vitality, not to mention any inheritance. Under the bloody revenge of 3 top-notch supreme martial artists, the so-called inheritance would be a joke. You two little girls are full of confidence, so of course you don't have to worry. But how can we not worry? As she spoke, Chu Lu chuckled and her white figure flashed like lightning. Elder Xiao, be careful. She actually made the first move. Imo Qingwu didn't want to fall behind. Her hair danced as if it was flying. She shouted softly, Tianwu, dance heaven and earth. In an instant, red shadows swept across the world like a waterfall. In an instant, it was as if the world had turned crimson red. It was filled with boundless magnificence like a dream. Even though he was in the middle of a battle and was in danger of dying, Chu Yang's heart was inexplicably in a daze at this moment. A wave of emotions arose spontaneously and overflowed his entire heart. Imo Qingwu knew that the opponent was strong, so she immediately used her trump card. Tian Wu's magical martial arts finally appeared in the Chongtian continent for the first time. Xiao Qinyu was also a veteran who had been on the battlefield for a long time. When he saw the strange situation in front of him, he didn't dare to act rashly. He roared and quickly retreated. However, he was surprised to find that his front and back were enveloped by the red shadow. His body was sticky as if it was being pulled by countless silk threads. He couldn't move. Xiao Qinyu was well aware that even though he was trapped in a predicament, there was no real danger. Imo Qingwu's moves were marvelous and indeed exceeded his expectations. However, her cultivation was too low, so she couldn't really trap him. Whether it was brandishing his sword to break out of the encirclement or mustering his strength to struggle, he was confident that he could escape. However, these two methods had the same flaw, which was that he would inevitably hurt Imo Qingwu. With the opponent's magical art, it was really difficult for him to control. Just as Xiao Qinyu was carefully considering how much strength he should use to ensure that he could escape without hurting Imo Qingwu, the attacks of the two girls came one after another. He was very polite, afraid that he would hurt the two girls, but the two girls were very rude. Every move was vicious and deadly, as if they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hurt him. Just as Xiao Qinyu was temporarily trapped, Chu Lu's sword had already slashed towards him. At the same time, there was a dreamlike flash of red light. Imo Qingwu's dreaming of a gentle dance saber had already turned into a blurry bolt of lightning and slashed towards him. A sharp saber and a sharp sword. At this moment, Xiao Qinyu almost fainted from sullenness. None of these items were ordinary items. Under the situation where his protective upstanding chi couldn't reflect the impact, it definitely couldn't block it. But if it reflected the impact, the two girls would definitely be seriously injured. Then, he would still be finished. Not only would he be finished, but the entire Xiao clan would be finished as well. However, since Imo Qingwu had already swung her saber to attack, it meant that the connection with the red shadow from before had already weakened. Xiao Qinyu made a prompt decision. With a shout, his body spun like a top, making a sound of space being torn apart. He actually got rid of the red shadow and rushed into the air, temporarily escaping from the danger. Imo Qingwu and Chu Lu's figures were like lightning as they hurriedly chased after him, unwilling to let him go. Xiao Qinyu was full of hatred. He had many misgivings and didn't dare to hurt the two girls. But the two girls didn't know when to stop and kept forcing him to kill. It wasn't a good idea to continue like this. At that moment, he made up his mind and decided to use all his strength to quickly restrain the two girls. As long as he had the two girls in his hands, even if those 3 old farts came looking for him, there would be room to maneuver. Besides, he would only restrain them and definitely wouldn't really hurt the two girls. And that Tianwu was really too domineering. With the cultivation of a mid-stage supreme martial artist, the little girl actually almost trapped him, a mid-stage supreme martial artist. This was simply unbelievable. He made up his mind and was about to make a move. However, there was a fluctuation in the air, and Wu Jueqing appeared coincidentally. Xiao Qinyu felt as if he had been pardoned. He hurriedly said, "Elder Wu, please stop your disciple." After all, restraining the two girls was the worst plan. If Wu Jueqing were to stop him, or even take the two girls away, that would be the best plan. But unexpectedly, Wu Jueqing actually smiled dotingly and said, "Those two girls are too mischievous. They usually don't train properly. It's rare that they are in the mood today. You should play with them a little more. It's also a good thing to gain more combat experience. Let's stop when it's appropriate and not hurt each other." Xiao Qinyu's depressed and inconsolable mood soared up. An urge to curse filled his chest in an instant. What the fuck? What do you mean play? Who would be in the mood to play with them at such a time? You old fart, didn't you see how ruthless you and Ning Tianya's precious disciple were just now? Every saber and sword was aimed at the throat, the heart, the dantian, and other vital points. If it weren't for the fact that they were inexperienced and couldn't attend to one thing and lose sight of the other, it would have been either me or the two of them who would have died just now. But now that Wu Jueqing was in front of him himself, no matter how unwilling Xiao Qinyu was, he could only play with the two little girls. For a moment, the three of them actually got into a fight in the air, tossing and turning, fighting to the death. In a real fight to the death, Xiao Qinyu would definitely die and the two girls would naturally live. The only regret was that even though the two girls tried their best, they still couldn't kill the clan head of the Xiao clan. The difference in their actual strength was too great. Qingwu Luer, stop fooling around. Chu Yang tried hard to hold back his laughter and shouted. The two girls agreed at the same time and very obediently floated back to Chu Yang's side. With the brains of these two girls, they naturally knew that with just the two of them, they definitely wouldn't be able to kill Xiao Qinyu. But they still had to come out and make a fuss to give Chu Yang time and space to maneuver, to let that kind of hostile aura dissipate. Sure enough, after such a fuss, Xiao Qinyu's face turned purple. The momentum of wanting to destroy and recreate a legend in one fell swoop just now was already gone. Even if it was a top-level battle with his cultivation, he might not sweat at all. But at this moment, he actually felt a chill on his back. It wasn't because he was tired or scared, but because he was too angry. It was too suffocating. Ever since Xiao Qinyu was born, he hadn't felt so suffocated in more than 10,000 years. Chu Yang took a step forward and said with a smile, "Has Elder Zhao's anger subsided now?" Xiao Qinyu was furious. "What the hell? You bastard who still wants to pretend to be obedient after taking advantage of the situation. If you were in my position, would your anger have subsided?" But at this moment, he couldn't not answer, otherwise he would lose even more of his poise. "At once," he said impatiently. "If you have something to say, say it." Chu Yang said indifferently, "Elder Xiao is the first clan head of the Xiao clan and has seen the world. I believe you should know that my appearance at this moment is very untimely, against common sense, and even very unwise. But the reason why I'm here is because some very unexpected changes have happened. It's not without reason. I believe Elder Xiao should know this in your heart." Xiao Qinyu didn't answer and only snorted. In fact, he somewhat agreed with Chu Yang's words in his heart. For generations, before the Tribulation Sword Master's wings were fully developed, he could be said to be the public enemy of the big aristocratic families. And being the public enemy of the big aristocratic families was equivalent to being the enemy of the entire upper three heavens. Once exposed, how serious would the consequences be? Although Chu Yang had already reached the supreme grade, and in terms of age, it was rare to have this kind of strength. But in terms of absolute strength, he was still very weak. It wasn't too much to say that he couldn't even withstand a single attack. Xiao Qinyu was naturally not stupid. How could he not know that the other party must have a purpose for revealing his identity in such a big way, especially when the other party appeared in such a high-profile manner and provoked the highest degree of hatred from him? Then, He let the two little girls take advantage of the situation to suppress him. This was originally a very deep intention. The whole process could be said to be unexpected, but it was not necessarily unreasonable. Xiao Qinyu snorted coldly and asked sarcastically, "Tribulation Sword Master's methods are extremely brilliant. He even used Ning Tianya, Bu Luqing, and Wu Jueqing's disciples as protective talismans to suppress us. At this moment, you're telling me that an accident has happened? I'm also interested to know what exactly happened. What can make you, the Tribulation Sword Master, appear and announce to the world?" Chuyang ignored Xiao Qinyu's sarcasm and said lightly, "We need a relatively calm environment to talk. That's all." Xiao Qinyu snorted coldly. "Our environment to talk? What kind of environment to talk between us?" Chu Yang's gaze focused, and his voice became serious. He said very seriously, "This is also my sincerity. After you and I talk, if Elder Xiao still wants to continue the battle, I can promise that Lu Er and Qingwu will not participate, and will not use any means to interfere in the battle between us." Xiao Qinyu's eyes flashed, and he said, "Well, you've already said so much. If I still hesitate, it would be ungentlemanly of me. Go ahead." Regarding this promise, Xiao Qinyu was undoubtedly very moved. If the two little girls really didn't interfere, he naturally wouldn't have any grievances anymore. In fact, Xiao Qinyu also knew that even if Chu Lu Er and Imo Qingwu were to participate in the battle, they might not be of much use. As long as two experts who were far stronger than them were to deal with the two girls, it would be difficult for the two girls to do anything. Also, Chu Yang's side might also be worried about the safety of the two girls. In such a battle, even a god couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents. If the two girls' opponents were really forced by the two girls to kill them, Chu Yang wouldn't even be able to buy medicine for regret. Chapter 2. I continue to write the third chapter. Chapter 1530. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Supplement. Although the power of the Calamity Sword was vast and the heavy core could heal all injuries, it still couldn't be compared to the medicine of regret. However, after weighing both sides, Xiao Qinyu still felt that his side was at an advantage. As long as he could avoid becoming enemies with those three old bastards, this price was still worth it. And in fact, it was indeed so. After all, no one could guarantee that the two girls wouldn't be hurt at all. Chu Yang said seriously, "Senior, you must still remember the sudden appearance of the black fog a few days ago." Xiao Qinyu said, "So what if I remember?" Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "Nothing much. It's just that the black fog had darkened the entire sky. I can conclude that it's a unique trace of the extraterrestrial demon's descent to the lower world. In other words, a great calamity is about to befall the Chongtian continent. This is an unavoidable world-ending calamity. I believe that even if we combine all our forces, we may not be able to avert the danger. That's all." "What are you saying? Nothing much? It's already the great calamity, and you're still saying that's all? You're really fucking calm." Hearing this, the experts of the big clans were a little conflicted. Xiao Qinyu frowned and muttered to himself, "Great calamity of the world? Extraterrestrial demons? Coming down?" As a peak-grade supreme martial artist and the first clan master of the Xiao clan, Xiao Qinyu naturally knew that the so-called extraterrestrial demons were definitely not just a legend. Although he had never seen it before, it did exist. Chu Yang said, "That's right. This is the calamity of the entire heavenly realm. At such a critical moment, if we still fight for our own interests, I'm afraid we'll all be destroyed. That's our final outcome. That's why I'm willing to take the risk to show up in advance." Chu Yang said seriously, "I believe that Senior Xiao should be able to feel my sincerity. It's indeed very sincere. I can feel the sincerity of the Calamity Sword Master." Xiao Qinyu was also an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, he wasn't someone who didn't know the severity of the matter. Since Chu Yang had already made a gesture and fully expressed his sincerity, then Xiao Qinyu naturally had no reason to doubt the authenticity of this matter. Xiao Qinyu looked up at the sky. After a moment of silence, he said lightly, "I don't doubt the Calamity Sword Master's words. I also understand the harm that the extraterrestrial demons can cause. Chu Yang nodded. Xiao Qinyu took a few deep breaths. Suddenly, the expression in his eyes turned cold. He said with some pain, "But I can't join hands with you." Chu Yang was surprised. Why? The old man in front of him was absolutely not an impulsive person. With his experience, wisdom, and insight into the ways of the world, he shouldn't have thought that this was an excellent opportunity to protect the future of the Shao clan. So how could he refuse it so decisively? Xiao Qinyu faced the sky and let out a long howl with complicated emotions. He said sternly, "Because of my younger brother. Because you are the master of Calamity Sword. Because of your destiny. Because we are natural enemies. They are natural enemies that cannot coexist." Xiao Qinyu's voice was solemn. "I don't doubt your intentions. I don't doubt it at all. I also admire your choice. I absolutely believe that you are making a sacrifice for the sake of the common people. You don't have any selfish motives. You are indeed worthy of being the master of Calamity Sword. But I understand. If other people or other aristocratic families choose to cooperate with you in the end, I won't oppose or stop them. But I, Xiao Qinyu, will definitely fight you to the death." Xiao Qinyu looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. He sounded like he was crying and laughing at the same time. "I must avenge my younger brother. I must protect my clan from being destroyed by calamity. As for the common people of the world, what does it have to do with me whether they are destroyed or not?" Behind Xiao Qinyu, a few supreme martial artists lowered their heads and pondered. But most of the people started to clamor at once. Old Xiao is right. Is this master of Calamity Sword out of his mind? He actually used such an excuse to deceive us. Yes. As long as the master of Calamity Sword and Calamity are killed one by one, the world will be peaceful. Extraterrestrial demons? What are those? Even if they really come, so what? Everyone will be drowned by their saliva. It's purely an alarmist talk. It's actually a disaster for the entire heavens? Earth-ending catastrophe? Haha. Can his words be more ridiculous? Energy, wood, and energy? Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this is just a stalling tactic by the master of Calamity Sword. He wants us to cooperate with him and then kill us all. Everyone, don't be fooled. What common people of the world? Earth-ending catastrophe? What does it matter if they are alive or dead? You actually used such a high-sounding excuse to deceive us. Master of Calamity Sword, your shamelessness is really without a limit. Everyone, don't be fooled by him. As long as we kill him, everything will be fine. Everyone started to clamor. Chu Yang kept a slight smile on his face, as if he didn't hear these insults at all. But the look in the depths of his eyes became colder and colder. Mo Tianji's face was also full of calmness. But that calmness was a little cruel. The rest of the brothers of Calamity Sword were all furious. They tried their best to restrain themselves. Right now, their boss was still talking, but it wasn't a good time to talk or fight. Everyone here is from the big dominating clans. You have ruled this continent for 10,000 years. Are the common people of this world so worthless and emotionless in your eyes? How can you be so disdainful? Mo Tianji's eyes flashed with an indescribable look. Yi Xiaoyao sneered. Value? Emotionality? What a joke. Haha, our big clans are all high and mighty. We look down on the world from the clouds. Can't we live without the common people in the world? He's just an ant. How can he be hurt? Mo Tianji said indifferently. If so, you still want to go against us like this? Fight on? Until we meet in life and death? Laughter came from the opposite side. Yes, it was indeed too ridiculous. Whether there were heavenly demons or not. What Mo Tianji, the brain of Calamity Sword, and Chu Yang, the master of Calamity Sword, did today was really a bit ridiculous. Boss, they have made their choice. What do you think? Mo Tianji turned around and asked Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded deeply.
Yes.
If so, we will fight tomorrow morning. Mo Tianji's voice was cold. Everyone, since you don't want to control the future of this world, you can only leave everything to fate. The winner will be the king, and the loser will be the bandit. After this battle, it will be clear who is the winner and who is the loser. Boss, what you did today is simply, at night, in the tent, GMO, who had been holding it in for a long time, finally couldn't help but start to talk nonsense. He had been holding it in for a long time. I also feel that it's a bit abrupt. Luo Kadi also didn't understand Chu Yang's actions. In fact, the others also felt the same way. But they knew that Chu Yang definitely had his reasons for doing so. So, they all restrained themselves. "Shut up for me," Mo Tianji roared. "You two idiots. I really don't know what to say about you two. Do you not have brains, or do you have mold in your brains? Why are you so different from normal people?" Mo Tianji had been having a hard time these few days. He had nowhere to vent his anger. GMO and Luo Kadi had become his punching bag. Gu Duxing seemed to have understood something. He said hesitantly, Could it be what? Boss, you did this for our own good." Mo Tianji smiled confidently, including not letting Qing Wu and Lu participate in the battle. That's also the reason. Qing Wu and Lu will participate in the battle. Although the other party has many misgivings, do you think we don't have any misgivings? Once you're in a killing frenzy on the battlefield, who cares about your background? Even if you're sure that they won't hurt Qing Wu and Lu, would you feel good about relying on two little girls to restrain the enemy? Anyway, At this point, 4 pairs of eyes suddenly glared angrily at Mo Tianji. Mo Qing Wu and Chu Lu opened their mouths and glared at him. "What did you say? Who's a little girl? Do you think you're so great? Ah." Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Mo Tianji was sweating profusely. He didn't dare to look at the two girls. These two little girls, angering one of them was already enough for him. Angering two at the same time. Chu Yang coughed a few times and pulled the two girls into his arms. He said, "Tianji doesn't mean any harm. Let him finish." Humph. The two girls pouted at the same time. Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang with eyes full of jealousy and gratitude. Then, he continued, "Actually, the reason why Big Brother wants to do this today is because he sincerely wants to join forces with them to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. However, we also know that it's impossible to succeed. Yet, we still want to give it a try. If the clans can let down their guard and put the common people's lives first, it'll naturally be the best. However, we all know that the chances of them accepting this are too slim. Since you know that the chances are slim, why do you want to make a futile attempt?" Rue Budong asked curiously. "Idiot." Mo Tianji's lecturing aura had already been suppressed by Mo Qingwu and Chu Luer. However, Rue Budong's question brought out his emotions again. Instantly, his aura soared and he was insufferably arrogant. GMO and Luo Kadi looked at Rue Budong with grievance. They wished they could beat this guy up. "Can't you just let him finish his nagging? How much more scolding would we have to endure with this one sentence of yours? That's because the final battle is about to begin. We will participate in it from beginning to end. After this battle, we won't have any free time. We will definitely kill our way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood." Mo Tianji yelled angrily. "How many people will we kill along the way? How many people are there in the big clans? Are these people innocent? Are there any wrongdoings? Can you all live with it? If we continue to kill blindly, how many inner demons will we add in the end? How big of an impact will this have on our future path? Have you thought about it?" But now, Big Brother is standing on the side of righteousness. If they don't agree, it's because they are crazy. It's because they don't see the big picture. It's because of their selfishness that they see all living beings as ants and have abandoned the common people. On this basis, if they still want to make things difficult for us in a life and death battle, even if we kill them all, what impact will it have on our state of mind? It will instead become a kind of merit. Chapter 1531. Do you understand? Mo Tianji roared. "We understand. We really understand." GMO hurriedly wiped the spittle on his face. He was very sad, very depressed, and very aggrieved. He was even more aggrieved than he was during the day. For tomorrow's decisive battle, we will have to rely on Commander-in-Chief Diwu. Xiao Chunyu still had some embarrassment on his face. Diwu Qingro nodded slightly and said, "Qingro will try his best to deal with them. Today's matter happened a little suddenly. The whole thing was an accident." Xiao Chunyu said, "Please don't blame me. Commander-in-Chief Diwu. Regarding today's matter, Xiao Chunyu was indeed a little embarrassed. After all, he and the others ignored the battle situation and chased after the treasure. It could be said that he left Diwu Qingro with a mess that was almost impossible to clean up. However, Diwu Qingro managed to persevere in this mess. He even persevered until Xiao Qian and the others came back. However, Xiao Qian and the others still ignored the danger in front of them and blindly chased after the treasure, causing the battle situation to be completely out of control. The fact that they were not defeated because of this was already a great contribution by Diwu Qingro. The clans were already very grateful. If that was really the case, the allied forces besieging the Li clan would be defeated by the enemy before the decisive battle. That would really be a joke for eternity. As for Xiao Qian himself, he would definitely become the biggest joke and leave his name in history. But understanding was one thing. If this happened again, Xiao Qinyu really couldn't be sure that he wouldn't chase after them again. Everyone could talk about the principle, but how many people could really do it? Diwu Qingro nodded to show that he understood and said, "It's okay. Qingro can understand the choice of the elders. That is a great temptation for us martial artists. It's really hard to resist that temptation." Xiao Qinyu saw that Diwu Qingro spoke from the bottom of his heart and also praised him in his heart. After encountering such a thing, he could still accept it without changing his expression and be so calm. Throughout his 10,000 years of life, he really had never seen someone like him. Diwu Qingro smiled faintly and lowered his head respectfully. He thought to himself, "You guys from the big clans are like this. Even if I blame you, what can I do to you? At the end of the day, you're just looking for trouble for yourselves. You guys are nothing more than my tools. I'm using you guys to fight Emotionji so that I can live up to my expectations. That's all. It's just that I'm unlucky and have no choice but to choose you." But since he had already made his choice, he had to bear the consequences. "Regardless of whether you obey my orders in the future or not, I will fight this battle to the end. Since that's the case, why should I be angry?" Was he really asking for it? The next morning, the morning sun had not yet fully risen, and the curtains of the great battle had already been drawn with a miserable cry. The ambush that Emotionji had set up had finally begun to take action. The first person to make a move was none other than Li Ju. This layer of snow didn't look any different from the other layers of snow, but the difference was like heaven and earth. This was a layer of snow formed after the previous landslide. Because countless boulders had rolled down with the landslide, this area was densely covered in snow. Without a doubt, it formed a natural cover. Because of the effect of the three-light array, as long as a rock came into contact with the mountain, it would immediately become an inseparable part of the mountain under the influence of the array. It could be said to be a natural cover. Before the great battle had even begun, Emotionji had already made a lot of preparations on the surface. He had also informed the Li clan of this early on. After the 4 teams of the Li clan entered the layer of snow, they, who were familiar with the terrain, naturally went into hiding and quietly waited for the right moment to deliver the fatal blow. Under the layer of snow, there was a cave that had been dug in advance. Once the three-light array was formed, the cave became an indestructible base. As for the Li clan members, after they entered the underground, they immediately found a large boulder that had rolled down from the mountain and pressed the boulder down. In front of such an expert, the accumulated snow along the way was completely unable to stop them as they reached the underground. This was equivalent to using the connection between the boulders to fix this layer of snow here. Some of the boulders that were useful for ambushes stopped when they were just a little bit away from the ground. Then, they went into the cave. The boulders hung in the air, just a few feet away from touching the ground. This formed an exceptionally hidden cover. If they encountered any danger, they just had to drag the boulders down and touch the ground. Therefore, the boulders that could be crushed with a pinch a moment ago had now become something that even deities would find hard to destroy. Emotionji had made all these arrangements in advance. It could be said that he had already made the best use of the terrain here. As long as all the experts of the Li clan operated like this, it would not be too rare for them to win against the many and defeat the strong with the weak. Not to mention the other layers of backup plans. The experts of the allied forces naturally did not know that the experts of the Li clan were all in hiding. It was even more impossible for them to know the secret under this layer of snow. Previously, there was once a supreme martial artist who tried to lift up the entire layer of snow with both hands. But they did not expect that the cultivation that could move mountains and fill seas would be completely useless in this layer of snow. This discovery caused the experts of the Alliance army to feel anxious, as if they were treading on thin ice. They could only obey the order and slowly advance under this layer of snow, hiding quietly. Over the course of a day and a night, countless experts of the coalition army had been wandering around every hole where the Lee family was hiding. But the Lee clan members did not move at all. They were only waiting for Imo Tianji's order to attack and give the enemy a heavy blow. However, this attack, which should have been the most effective, was ruined by their own people. Just like how Xiao Qinyu and the others ignored the big picture and went out of control because of the temptation of external benefits, this time, it was the Li clan's turn to spoil the whole pot of porridge. The heavens did not completely care for Brother Jia. At least, they did not really care for the Li clan. Li Ju finally could not bear it anymore. This kind of natural disgust and jealousy towards people who were better than him made this arrogant Li clan Grand Duke much less patient than others. When he saw the two experts of the allied forces go past the hole he was hiding in, Li Ju's desire to perform suddenly became uncontrollable and unstoppable. The enemies in front of him were completely unprepared. One strike was enough to kill them. Why did he have to wait so rigidly for Imo Tianji's order? Could it be that his eyes were able to see what was going on underground from above? Was he so powerful? Thus, Li Ju silently slipped out of his hiding place. The two short swords in his hands silently cut off the necks of the two men from behind. This wonderful taste of a fatal attack was simply too good. Two experts who weren't any weaker than him had silently lost their lives under his sneak attack. Li Ju almost looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. But then, a buzzing sound was heard, as if someone was crying and complaining. Li Ju's face instantly turned pale. The two dead supreme martial artists had made a strange sound. As a direct descendant of a big clan, how could Li Ju not know this sound? That was supreme martial artist death. The so-called supreme martial artist death was made of a special heavenly sound metal. When worn, as long as one's body still had breath of life, even if it was only a little bit, it would still not make a sound. But once a person died, his breath of life would naturally disappear. Then, this supreme martial artist death would make a strange sound similar to crying. Normally, the big clans would wear it on their important people. But no one thought that Diwu Qingro would equip these people with such important things. In fact, one only needed to think about it to understand that Diwu Qingro would not equip them under the dark layer of snow. The lower the level of a martial artist, the easier it was to be killed. But, once killed, the enemy's hiding place would be exposed. Especially in such a situation where the enemy was in the open and they were in the dark, it was reasonable to equip them with such things. Whoosh! A sound was heard from afar. Then, the pressure of the snow suddenly increased. Li Ju carefully retreated to his hiding place. The target is over there. A voice was heard. It had already discovered this place. Voices were also heard from the opposite side. It was too late to return to the cave. Li Ju panicked. He turned around and ran to one side. His family members were hiding there. He would be much safer with the experts of his clan. Everyone, go and catch the one who is running away. An angry voice was heard. He is the murderer. Lu Lao San and Ma Jun are finished. With a swoosh, several people rushed over and struck out with their palms in the air. Even though they were underground, there was a clear sound of air exploding. Wherever it passed, the snow melted rapidly. Li Ju had grown up in the northwest. It could be said that he had been dealing with ice and snow all year round. Naturally, he knew all kinds of changes under the snow like the back of his hand. How to move under the snow at high speed was his specialty. Of course, he was not the only one. Every member of the Li clan was like this. Compared to the allied forces, he was like a fish in water. Even though his strength was weak, he had an absolute advantage in speed. This had undoubtedly become his strongest means to deal with the enemy. He suddenly turned around and glided in the snow. In a flash, he had already arrived behind a fixed big rock. Then, His whole body disappeared as if he had disappeared into thin air. The powerful and domineering Supreme Chi hit the big rock with a boom and made an explosive sound, but it didn't even shake off the rock. The three-light array could turn a rock into an immortal. Its overbearing power was evident. Idiot! Don't hit the rock. It's useless. Hit it, a Supreme Master said angrily. Chapter 1532. Li Ju was lucky to escape, but unexpectedly, another person flew over from the other side. Coincidentally, just before Li Ju was about to flash into another cave, he stopped him. Li Ju was shocked. He turned around and ran. However, the force he exerted earlier had completely exposed the cave. In fact, in the current situation, if Li Ju didn't panic, he could definitely protect the hidden cave. Although there was a certain risk, with Li Ju's movement advantage in the snow, he might be able to escape unscathed. However, he panicked and didn't know where to go. Naturally, he exposed everything that could be exposed and couldn't be exposed. As the saying goes, one man rises and one man destroys a country. That was it. There's a cave here. How sharp was a supreme martial artist's vision? Especially in this kind of situation, he was naturally on high alert, extremely careful, and extremely cautious. He had already discovered something fishy. He shouted, "There must be enemies inside. Everyone, come quickly. Trap them. Chase that little one. Don't kill him with one blow. Force him to reveal the location of the ambush." Another supreme martial artist immediately realized, this must be the Li clan's secret ambush. Everyone, pay attention. As long as you find a place similar to a cave, seal it immediately. Once you confirm that it's the enemy's nest, gather your strength and kill the people inside. Let's close the door and beat the dog. Don't give them a chance to escape. Ambush? Let's bury ourselves in the gates of hell. Yes. Li Ju ran for his life in panic. At this moment, he really regretted it. Wouldn't it be better if he just stayed there obediently? Why did he have to show off? Now, it's over. He didn't make any contributions. Instead, he exposed the Li clan's ambush. At this moment, there were countless supreme martial artists of the allied army surrounding him from 3 directions behind him. If Li Ju didn't want to die now, he had to escape. When people were in danger, they often panicked and didn't know where to go. They would only choose the path they were most familiar with to escape. This was human instinct. As long as they were normal people, they would be controlled by this instinct. This was especially true for those who were selfish and self-centered. This instinct was even more obvious. And Li Ju, without a doubt, was definitely a selfish person. Even if it was just to live a little longer, he could sacrifice anyone in exchange for a chance to live. This was Li Ju. Therefore, the Alliance Army's wish was successfully achieved. As he fled, more and more of the Li family's ambush locations were exposed. The Alliance Army already had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, and because of the geographical advantage, it was a situation of closing the door and beating the dog. How could he not destroy them one by one at a time? The most tragic thing was that the originally indestructible environment formed by the 3 lights' great formation had instead become the sturdiest cage at this moment. As long as a situation was formed, the Li clan wouldn't even have the chance to retaliate and would be directly killed by the combined palm force of a large number of supreme martial artists. In the end, the situation became worse and worse. The Li clan's men had no choice but to come out of the cave and participate in the battle, because they would be exposed sooner or later. If he stayed inside, he would only be waiting for death. He might as well take the initiative to show himself and fight to the death. As long as they heard that Li Ju was being chased and approached, they could only come out and fight. Otherwise, they could only wait for death. The battle of annihilation and counter-annihilation under the snow. After a day and night of silence, it had actually played out in such a tragic, comical, and even helpless manner. With such a grandson, if the Li family could survive, that would be a truly rare thing. Mo Tianji had racked his brains and used all his means to set up a seamless ambush. The excellent terrain that he had painstakingly created had completely collapsed just because of such a person. It was not only the allied forces that had pig-like teammates. The Li clan also had them. Even if there was only one of them, it was enough to cause the perfect plan to collapse. The ghost calculator's wheel, because of this piece of trash, had completely collapsed. There were constantly Li clan members who were closed and beaten, or who took the initiative to show themselves, fight, and die. There were also constant cheers from the Alliance army. If Li Ju could restrain himself and not move, when the final battle started, this hidden chess piece would definitely be an extremely powerful force that could play an unimaginably powerful role, because it was impossible for the Alliance army to discover them at all. With one in the light and one in the dark, the advantage was undoubtedly overwhelming. But now, at this moment, everything had gone down the drain. The more Li Ju fled, the more chaotic he became. In the end, his mind was completely scattered, and he was simply fleeing based on his instincts. He had no sense of direction at all. The few supreme martial artists who had been chasing behind the Alliance army could have taken him down long ago, but they didn't. They only occasionally interfered with him, using the threat of their lives to force him to create greater results. When many Li clan members who were forced to come out and fight saw such a situation, they all sighed miserably. All along, as the number one person of this generation of the Li clan and the young master of the clan, Li Ju could be said to be dignified and elegant. No matter what he did, he always looked like he had a card up his sleeve, strategizing and strategizing. But who would have thought that this young master of the clan, who had once been entrusted with high hopes by the clan, who was almost confirmed to be the first successor, would actually be so unbearable in the face of such a life-and-death crisis? Not only did he have no determination and no plan, he even implicated others, his compatriots, and the entire Li clan. It was really better for him to die. It wasn't that no one from the Li clan wanted to kill Li Ju right away, but Li Ju was very popular now. The Alliance army even specially sent several top experts to surround Li Ju at a place slightly further away from him. As long as someone from the Li clan approached, they would immediately kill him. So far, at least 3 to 4 waves of Li clan members who wanted to kill Li Ju and cut off all future troubles were ambushed. In an extremely short period of time, there were already more than 200 Li clan members who were forced to come out and fight. This was already the strength of 2 small teams. According to Imo Tianji's plan, these people had to destroy at least 400 people of the Alliance army before it would be their turn to be annihilated. But now, they were already facing total annihilation without getting anything out of it at all. Almost half of them were directly killed by the Alliance army and sacrificed without any value. Is the Li clan really doomed? A supreme martial artist of the Li clan wanted to kill Li Ju, but was attacked by several people instead. He howled sorrowfully at the sky, blood spurting from his mouth as he fell to the ground and died with hatred in his heart. The Li clan really was doomed. Not for other reasons, but even if the Li clan hadn't encountered such a crisis of annihilation, as long as the clan's business was passed to Li Ju's hands, by the time he had power in his hands, and looking at their current performance, the annihilation of the Li clan was definitely inevitable. Inform the higher-ups immediately. Li Tongtian dealt with the attacks of the few supreme martial artists of the Alliance army in a flurry. Blood spurted from his mouth and his eyes were wide open. Hurry! If the higher-ups don't know about the changes below and continue to act according to the original plan, something big is going to happen. It's no longer necessary. Li Tongtian's fierce roar was like a heart-wrenching cry of blood. Kill them at full speed. A high-level supreme martial artist of the Alliance army gave the order at the same time. We must not let anyone from the Li clan rush to the snow surface. Victory now is equivalent to laying the foundation for the final battle in the future. Let's work together and accomplish this. All the Alliance army started to risk their lives at the same time, increasing the pressure even more. This place was 10,000 feet below the snow layer. If a supreme martial artist's voice could travel 100 miles in a spacious place, then in such an environment, it couldn't even travel a distance of 5 miles. Even supreme martial artists were no exception. The 10,000 feet of snow layer was a natural obstacle in the first place, be it to light, sound, or power. Everyone from the Li clan tried their best to break out of the encirclement with bloodshot eyes, trying their best to rush to the surface. However, in the face of the opponent's tide-like attacks, not a single one of them was able to successfully break out of the encirclement. There were even some who risked their lives and exchanged injuries for injuries. They rushed up 1,000 feet without a care for anything else, only to have their legs chopped off by the people below instead. If they wanted to rush up, they would have to pay a high price. This price had already exceeded the limits of what the Li clan could afford. There was nothing they could do. This was especially so under this layer of snow where one couldn't see anything. An absolute geographical advantage could also become the most fatal obstacle. This was exactly the case right now, and all these losses that could have been completely avoided just because of one person's stupidity had now become completely unavoidable. The enemy only needed to leave a portion of their men to guard high up in the sky. Then, the moment they rushed up without a care for anything else, they would have already been chopped into two. Even if it wasn't as easy as flipping one's hand, it wasn't much harder than drinking plain water. Why? Why? My Li clan. My Li clan. My clan. Li Tongtian roared into the sky, his eyes filled with blood and tears. Blood and pieces of his internal organs spurted out together with his voice. We. A bright blade suddenly slashed across. Li Tongtian's head flew up from the snow layer, but he still shouted his last sentence at the top of his voice. My clan. Kill. Such a heaven-sent opportunity is hard to come by. It can be seen that the destruction of the Li clan is the will of the heavens. Even a tribulation can't reverse it. A supreme martial artist of the Yi clan shouted crazily, "Everyone, attack with all your might and kill all these people. The world below the layer of snow is ours. Once the battle breaks out above, this place will become a paradise for our ambush. A place of victory." Li Ju fled for his life in a panic. At this moment, he was so flustered that he even forgot about the heart of different bodies that his father, Li Wubua, had set up for him. His mind was filled with only escape, escape, escape. What he didn't know was that the Allied forces wouldn't kill him at all. They would even try their best to protect him and expose more of the Li clan's ambush points. The ones who were really desperate to get rid of him were the people from the Li clan, everyone in the Li clan. This included his father, the person who had originally loved and valued him the most. Li Wubua, who had been silently observing and listening to everything in a hidden cave all this while, sighed. His own son was actually so useless. With such a temperament, how could he be qualified to become one of the tribulations? His thoughts back then were really extremely laughable. The previous chapter was uploaded before 8 o'clock and I forgot to publish it. I thought that it had already been published, so I hurriedly wrote this chapter. In the end, I only realized that the previous chapter was still there when I uploaded this chapter. What the fuck? Please forgive me. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.